never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has a warning for Iran and any militia groups it backs that tries to expand the Israel-Hamas war.
We will take every necessary step to protect our people. We're not looking for conflict with Iran. We've made that very clear. But we'll do what's necessary to protect our personnel, be they military or civilian.
Blinken was speaking from Baghdad earlier today after making an unannounced trip to the West Bank, where he met with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. He also met with Iraqi's prime minister and said they had a productive discussion. Blinken said that they condemn attacks and threats against Americans. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders strongly supports Israelis' right to self-defense, but also insists that the strikes in Gaza should cease. During an appearance on CNN's State of the Union, Sanders emphasized that while Israel has the right to defend itself, it doesn't justify causing the deaths of thousands and thousands of innocent men, women, and children. As a Jewish individual, he referred to Hamas as an awful terrorist organization. California Democratic Congressman and Senate hopeful Adam Schiff is facing scrutiny over his declared primary residence.
Schiff has maintained that his main residence is a 3,400-square-foot home in Maryland that he's lived in for more than a decade. Simultaneously, he's been claiming a homeowner's tax exemption on a much smaller 650-square-foot condo in Burbank, California, also asserting it has his primary residence. This allows Schiff to save $7,000 on his tax bill by not claiming the exemption on the larger home. Schiff's campaign office contends that his Burbank condo is his primary residence, even though his children live in Maryland.
That's John Schaefer reporting. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Recent maps provide insight into the region that will experience the heaviest snowfall this winter. Researchers at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration have updated data on the areas most affected by El Nino, a natural weather pattern in the tropical Pacific. This encompasses the mid-Atlantic, elevated areas in the southwest California, as well as the southern U.S. Willie Nelson is 90 years old, still going strong. He's the oldest person to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He showed up for the ceremony. The entire thing was live streamed for the first time ever on Disney Plus, and it's available there on demand if you missed it. The 2023 Capitol Christmas tree is on its way to Washington, D.C.
A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn to serve as the 2023 Christmas tree. The magnificent spruce was recently harvested in Monongahela National Forest. After making several stops in West Virginia cities, the tree will be decorated with handcrafted ornaments from West Virginia State's residents and lit up in its new home on the West Lawn after Thanksgiving as part of the annual U.S. Capitol Christmas tree tradition. I'm Skip Kelly.
Anticipated holiday spending is poised to reach unprecedented heights this year, according to the National Retail Federation. Holiday sales in November and December are projected to reach around $960 billion or higher. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It must be go time. And here we go. Just like that, another weekend in the books. As we'll work our way into a Monday, everybody's favorite day of the week, 6th day of November already. And we all remembered to turn the clock back. We're all adjusted to the time change. My sun went down awful early this past evening, right? As the days get shorter, the nights get longer. Going to work in the dark, coming home from work in the dark, that's what a lot of 9-to-5ers are going to be doing. So trust you had a good weekend. We close it out here. Lots to cover on a back-to-work Monday. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. It's a clear night, 41 degrees outside our secret bunker in southwest Ohio tonight. And for much of the country, not a bad night. There is some precip out there. The good news is, at least as far as the U.S. side is concerned, it's mostly rain. You get up north of the Canadian border, you got some snow and even some ice in the mix. Yeah, but areas from Fargo, North Dakota to Duluth, Minnesota, the northern reaches, and a little bit of rain in central, even a few spotty showers in southern Wisconsin tonight. Yeah, rain in northern portions of lower Michigan. Aside from that, most of the east is quiet. Matter of fact, in the southern half of the country, from the west coast to the east, you're pretty much high and dry. Now, we will be talking about the proverbial train of storms continuing to come into the Pacific Northwest in the coming days. Going to be an active week there. Rain, rain, rain. Of course, it's much needed rain in that part of the country. As we start things off with our travelers' weather, AccuWeather forecasters tell us the warm weather and, for the most part, dry conditions into early this week will eventually be coming to an end across the east. A typical November pattern will be setting up across the northern half of the country this week. That means multiple storm systems coming into the northeast. Meanwhile, high pressure in the southeast keeps dry conditions sticking around probably through midweek this week. We've got a fast-moving storm across Canada, bringing some wet weather across the northeast Monday into Tuesday. So showers, breezy conditions for most areas. Cold air will be lacking as this system moves by, so any snow will be limited to the far northern reaches of Maine and on into Canada. Anybody planning on taking advantage of the milder temperatures, though, maybe taking down or setting up any outdoor holiday decorations. It's transition time, right? Keep an eye on the forecast. Meanwhile, if you're hoping to get some drought relief in the southeast, you're going to have to wait as the dry conditions continue through early week, thanks to that high-pressure system. That will also aid in the continued warmth across much of the east, at least early this week. Tuesday, probably going to be the warmest day for many areas across the northeast, the mid-Atlantic. Temperatures in southern New England into the mid-Atlantic reaching the 60s. Now, after a mild start to the week, temperatures will begin dropping again come midweek. Starting Wednesday, a dip in the jet stream momentarily centers itself over the region. So cooler air begins to funnel in. Daytime highs are going to be dropping 10 to 15 degrees lower compared to what we see here early this week. Areas like New York City, Philadelphia, daytime highs going to top out in the mid to upper 50s by the time we get to Wednesday. Looking ahead toward the mid to late week, forecasters say another storm is going to be moving through the northeast, more wet weather, and even maybe the next chance of snow for some across interior northeast and New England with that next system. Temperatures are going to struggle to recover. That could lead to the second round of wintry precip this season for some, especially in New England. So we'll be watching for that as the week progresses. Well, we close out a big weekend. We have a NASCAR champion. Yes, the NASCAR season concludes at Phoenix International Raceway this past day. Big weekend college football. Are you with me? I see that Big Ed's Oklahoma. It was the big in-state rivalry, Oklahoma versus Oklahoma State. And Oklahoma State comes out on top, 27-24, the final score over the Sooners there. Most of the others in the top 25 took care of business pretty handily over the weekend. We'll break down those scores across the college spectrum. Coming up here, of course, Sunday, big day in the NFL. Week number 9 in the books. So it's the halfway point in this NFL season. Winners and losers. Who takes the victories over the weekend? Bengals just closed out Sunday Night Football in the past hour, hanging on to beat the Buffalo Bills 24-18. Still have our Monday night game coming up here. Monday night, 8:15 Eastern. The Chargers will be facing the Jets to close out week number 9 of the NFL season. Meanwhile, yes, indeed, we turn back the clocks. And it never really seems to bother me much. I know, but they say a lot of people really do have interrupted. Sleep patterns are all topsy-turvy, upside down. And this week is designated, it actually started this past day with the time change. This week is designated as Drowsy Driving Prevention Week. Yeah, given that 75% of drivers failed to detect their severe drowsiness, it's a crucial subject of emphasis for many, especially those who actually drive for a living, as in the professional drivers. Drowsy driving hampers one's ability to remain attentive to the road, hinders the promptness of braking and steering responsibilities. National highway statistics reveal that monthly, a substantial number of U.S. drivers nod off at the wheel. Believe it or not, according to the numbers, approximately 1 in 25 adult drivers ages 18 or older actually admit to having fallen asleep while driving within the last 30 days. Roughly 15% of all fatal accidents can be attributed to drowsy driving. Of course, Sunday with daylight savings time out, standard time in. That'll last until March the 10th of next year, meaning the sun will set before many folks step foot out of the office door in the evening. No need to wait till the midnight hour to prepare for the time change, which, of course, is now in the books. Besides scheduling stumbles, sleep habit disruptions, experts say the twice-yearly ritual can have more serious effects on our health. Many Americans are already sleep-deprived, and this time change really does mess with people's sleep schedules, according to one sleep researcher in Northwest Medicine in Chicago. Although she says falling back and gaining that extra hour is generally easier on the body than when we spring forward and lose an hour, chronic sleep deprivation can increase stress hormones, boost the heart rate, and blood pressure, and chemicals that trigger inflammation, according to researchers. I don't understand how an hour makes that big of a difference, but just that 1 hour can change the amount of sleep you get, the quality of sleep you get. Off-kilter sleep can affect your ability to multitask, stay alert, and even maintain your balance, they say, which makes us more prone to being involved in accidents. According to AAA, there may be an uptick in accidents on the road this week, which seems to happen every time there is a time change. Now, one thing that I can kind of vouch for, people that have been on this schedule, headed off to work in the morning hours or the evening hours, sun comes up, sun goes down, and there's the sun delays, as they call it. There's a lot of people that'll be heading off to work later this morning for the first time since the time change, and areas where you have not been dealing with the sun, like directly in your face, and sometimes you can actually even be at an intersection in the sun, regardless of the visor and sunglasses. In some cases, you can't even see the light. Is that red? Is it green? I can't even see the lights. So there's going to be some of that activity taking place. People have to get used to the new schedule, maybe adjust a little bit to leave a few minutes earlier or later, and know when those sun delays will be impacting you. But welcome aboard. Trust you had a good weekend. Let's get at it. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, indeed, college football action. What do you see? Ohio State took care of business with Rutgers, 35-16, the final there. Now, one game I was tuned in, I really thought Kansas State was going to pull off the big-time upset over those Longhorns. That game actually went to overtime, and Texas prevails 33-30, the final score there. That was a nail-biter for those Longhorn fans there. Mississippi over Texas A&M 38-35. Tennessee walloped Connecticut 59-3, the final. Clemson over Notre Dame, 31-23. That was an upset over the weekend. UNC handled Campbell 59-7. It was Utah over Arizona State. You know, a lot of these were blowouts. 55-3, the final there. Louisville over Virginia Tech, 34-3. There's Gilligan's James Madison over Georgia State. 42-14. Well, I guess that means they remain undefeated, but who do they play, right? Tulane over East Carolina, 13-10. Florida down Pittsburgh, 24-7. Penn State took care of Maryland, 51-15. There's Oklahoma State downing Oklahoma. Big surprise, 27-24. Georgia took care of business with Missouri, remaining number one. Now, through much of that game, that was a fairly tight game. You wouldn't really know by the final score, 30-21, but there you go. Oregon over California, 63-19. We had Washington over USC, 52-42. Alabama takes care of business. LSU 42-28, the final in that matchup. Some of the top 25 scores around college football. Are you with me? What happened to the Sooners, Ed?
I don't give a crap what people say. One call can alter the darn game. And everybody that watched that game knows what call I'm talking about. A blatant pass interference violation in the end zone. The referee standing in front of it, and he doesn't throw the flag, which would have put Oklahoma at the 1 yard line, which they would have went and scored, and that would have given them, I think, a 1 point lead. All right? and let them finish playing it out, which OSU would have had plenty more time left to score, and they had the weapons to do it with. But no, they didn't call it, and I think we ended up settling for a field goal. And so that did have it altered the game.
Yeah.
But with that being said, the last 4 plays of the game, and that's all I'm saying, is the last 4 plays of the game, OSU won. They stopped Oklahoma from moving the ball. That I give them. And they was good ball played on both sides of the field. And I did see a couple of interference calls that weren't made on OU. And I've seen interference calls that was not made against OSU, but that one interference call, right there with I think it was a couple of minutes. I don't know if you watched it or seen what I'm talking about.
I did not. That's one game I did not get to see, Ed. I did not.
That was a blatant no call. Do I say there's a conspiracy against Oklahoma and Texas because they're going out of the Big 12? I don't know. I know they probably don't want Oklahoma or Texas representing them in no damn college football playoff because that puts too much egg all over their face. Look at Texas. These coaches have got to coach these players up and tell them, boys, you cannot, since we're going out of this conference, you cannot afford to play lackluster and take each one of these teams for granted because they're headhunting out here. And if you play so tight that you allow a damn non-call to affect the outcome of the game, well, guess what? That's your fault for letting it happen. Because there was other stupid calls that Oklahoma were violating, like a coach running out on the field. 3 plays, they got penalized 30 damn yards. OSU moved the ball 30 yards without ever snapping the ball. You know, you can't afford, if you're going to play, you cannot afford to do them kind of stupid mistakes and or jumping off sides or roughing, roughing another player up.
Mm-hmm.
3 plays, boom, 30 yards. Oklahoma State had 30 yards. They drove down and scored. So, does that sound like sour grapes? No. Because, like I say, the last 4 plays, Oklahoma State beat Oklahoma, but they didn't come out and win it without a little controversial call there at the end. And then, hey, it's a ball game, but it just sickens me that some of these refs. All I know, I'm gonna put it to you like this, Steve. Back in my day when I played high school ball, and I'm serious as a heart attack, if there was a ref out there showing favoritism to the other team, and you knew it, you knew he was making crappy calls against you, you know what you did? You tried to run that ball or put that ball over in his vicinity, and one of you linemen go, because you go full speed and hit that sucker in the gut
mm-hmm.
on the sideline. You can get by with it. He can't say you did it on purpose. And try to see what the hell he had for breakfast by hitting him in his midsection and get his attention. You're going to make crappy plays. We're going to take you out, pal. You can get by with that legally, I guarantee you. And that's what I would have, if I'd have been Venables, I'd have told the players, hey, you get that damn ref. You may, and that Oklahoma State field small enough that they could have got legally by with it and drill that sucker on the sideline and put him out of commission. We had to bring it up.
Whoops.
Relief. Serious, boy. I mean, I was seeing blood when he stood right there. Watched the play unfold and didn't throw the flag. I'd have been headhunting his ass. But anyway, go back to the rest of the games. I think Georgia's going to move up because of, Missouri being the higher ranked. Now we're getting what you and I was talking about the other day.
Yeah.
Why is one team ranked higher? The strength of schedule. Now Georgia's strength of schedule is tightening it up, and if they win the rest of them out, they'll probably come in at number 1 on the
playoff rankings.
Pick of the right. It goes with it. It ain't any given year. It depends on what your other conferences are doing. It's okay. It's like Clemson just beating Notre Dame. It's a good win, so they move up in the rankings. Georgia probably going to claim the number 1 spot this week. I would really be surprised if it don't. It was Ohio State last week.
Correct.
But they might trend down a little bit just because, the way the posters think Ohio State should have stomped the living mud hole in Rutgers, and they didn't do it. They should have put 50 points on the board, but they didn't do it. Their defense is so good, Rutgers shouldn't have really scored anything against Ohio State. So they'll punish them for that.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee you they'll be punished.
I mean, the committee last week, they pretty much came right out and said, based on and strength of schedule was the kicker, that Georgia to date had not really played any top ranked teams. Now with playing Missouri over the weekend, that's a rank. I guess they've got several additional ranked teams that they'll be playing here in the coming weeks. If they can continue winning, they're they'll leapfrog to that number 1 spot. It'll be interesting when they bring out week number 2 of the rankings. But hold that thought, Big Ed. Captain Ron's on board. What day is it? Is it the greatest day of the week? I think Ron actually had an interesting weekend as well. We'll chat with him about that coming up. First, got to get our news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has a warning for Iran and any militia groups it backs that tries to expand the Israel-Hamas war.
We will take every necessary step to protect our people. We're not looking for conflict with Iran. We've made that very clear, but we'll do what's necessary to protect our personnel, be they military or civilian.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders strongly supports Israelis' right to self-defense, but also insists that the strikes in Gaza should cease. During an appearance on CNN's State of the Union, Sanders emphasized that while Israel has the right to defend itself, it doesn't justify causing the deaths of thousands and thousands of innocent men, women, and children. A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn for the 2023 Christmas tree. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Dial us up. Lines available on a Monday at 844-844-3388. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Ed.
Hey, thanks, Steve, for keeping me on. Texas was lucky they got past Kansas State. They played too damn close of a game, and if they keep doing that, they're going to get beat again too. I can guarantee it. It might be in the Big 12 championship, especially right now. It's looking like it's going to be Texas and Oklahoma State, and you play Oklahoma State in a close game based on what you've seen Saturday with Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. Guess where the flags are going to be leaning? You know, and I'm being serious as a heart attack because they don't want Texas or Oklahoma representing the Big 12 in the damn college football playoffs. I guarantee you they don't want it. There is so much bad blood over that, it's sad. So, and that's fine. But at one time, I was upset about Oklahoma and Texas going to the Southeast Conference, but all I can say after this season, Big 12, you people can kiss my ass. I ain't rooting for none of you bastards in a damn football game again. They're dirty pool playing suckers. Play a clean damn game, you know? Excuse my language.
Yeah, right.
Play a clean game. Let the best team win. And I said, four downs, OSU won it. The last 4 downs because we still had a chance to score and win the game, and we didn't do it. Let's see, I'm getting hoarse. And I know Captain Ron disagrees. Where is the game between Ohio State and Michigan this year?
It's in Michigan.
Well, I still say Ohio State can take Michigan. If they don't, I will be surprised. And if they, no matter who wins or no matter who loses the game, the loser won't have a chance to get into the playoffs. It's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be you got to win it or you're not going to be in the playoffs. Georgia still got that possibility of losing. They got to play Tennessee. And then they're going to have to play for the Southeast Conference Championship. So they still got a rocky road, and they're, you know, they handled Missouri decently. You know, I thought they did. Florida State, I don't see them losing a game. Now, Washington and Oregon, based on ESPN, they're 5-6. And Washington's 9-0. Oregon's 8-1. Well, they're going to have to play for the conference championship. If Washington finishes out the season undefeated, they're in. It's going to be Washington, Florida State. Now, who's the other two is it going to be? Is it going to come out of one team out of the Southeast and one team out of the Big Ten? Because Alabama's still in the hunt too, Steve. And they're on the upswing. And then even Penn State, they're 8-1. Now, there's still a lot of football left, but I know my Sooners are out of it, Dave. But so be it. If the football gods will pit them up against USC, that would be the best Christmas present a guy could ask for. Because I want to get that fight over with. Because there's so much bad blood between the fan base because of what Lincoln Riley did. And they fired that old Alex Grinch today. He is no longer employed as a defensive coordinator for USC. So maybe old Day will give him a mop-up job back there at Ohio State. That boy's on the breadline.
Well, we were talking Friday morning that, I mean, once this season concludes, and next year it's a whole different scenario when you have 12 going into the playoffs.
Yes. And have you seen the ESPN top 12 as of today?
No.
That would be some interesting. In the playoffs, your top 4 teams are going to get a bye.
Okay.
So that leaves your bottom 8 teams playing for the chance to play one of the top 4 teams, which that'll be 8 teams, which 4 and 4. So 4 teams out of that 8 will advance and play one of the top 4 teams, and then from that 4, it'll get down to 2. Are you with me with what I'm saying?
I kind of see it akin to like in Major League Baseball where you have a wild card team. I mean, the season's, pretty much wild card. You got to win or go home. You got a chance to play back in. Is that no?
No. They're going to take their bottom. Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. They're going to take their bottom. Let's say they did it this week. Your bottom 8 teams, if they did it this week, would be Washington, Oregon, Texas, Alabama, Penn State, Ole Miss, Louisville, and Oregon State. All right? So out of those bottom 8 teams, they would pair up against each other. Let's say Washington, Texas, Oregon, Alabama, Penn State, Mississippi, Louisville, Oregon State. Are you with me?
Right.
Then the winners out of them, let's say Washington, Alabama, Ole Miss, Oregon State, they would advance and play your top 4 teams, which would be Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, and Florida State. And then 2 out of that would play for the national championship. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 games? Am I correct in that assumption there?
That sounds correct to me, yeah.
But you won't have a wild card. That's how it'll work out.
Okay.
Yeah, it won't be. And it won't be, when you look at it from a basketball standpoint, once that March Madness starts, you can throw the records and the rankings right out the damn door. Your rankings don't have an effect on where you fall in on the position of any college football playoff.
Because the March Madness, if memory serves, there was not a number 1 seed or even a number 2 seed that made it to the championship this year.
Right, and that's what's so beautiful about a playoff. One of these bottom tier 12 teams, Oregon State right now is number 12. They could beat a number 1 ranked Georgia and knock them out. But that's the way they're trying to keep the old system intact. So therefore, instead of showing Georgia against Oregon State or Michigan against Louisville or Ohio State against Mississippi, Ole Miss, or Florida State against Penn State, they're going to make sure that those top four teams get that bye. It would be better if they would do it like college basketball and pair the top teams against the lower ranked teams. Then you would run into a situation where those top teams may not make it. But the way they're setting it up, the top teams are going to be, like I say, they're going to get that bye, and they're going to have a better ratio of getting into the the national championship. Where your bottom 8 teams, you're going to have to work your butt off and play some good football if you want to get in there. But it's going to give everybody what they want. They want a playoff. And it might, in the future, to get to where you, like you said, in the baseball thing, that had to put in like maybe 14 teams, 16 teams. It might get to, but I don't see that happening.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still a lot of good football left. And do I think OSU will take Michigan? And I know Captain Ron has disagreed with me. Yeah, I do. I'm still sticking with my OSU pick, man. But they're just a good, solid team. So that's my spew, Steve, on what's going on in the world of college football.
All right. Well, so how'd things work out? You made it down to sunny Florida. I saw you got to see Frank Carroll over the weekend.
Sure did. I've had a good weekend. Got to see some old friends, and I'm going to get cranked up tomorrow and go deliver and go pick up a load and head back up to the cold country. So that's what I'm going to do.
There you go. All right. Well,
Steve, love you, brother, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much for chiming in, college football. It was, yes, big weekend there. Hello to Philly Dan. Who we got checking in here? It's time again. How about those Eagles? Eagles won again, huh? 8-1 on the season. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry on board. Terrytown, New York tonight. Steve and Stevettes. Hello, John. Godspeed to you and your followers. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. Hope you had a good weekend there, John. Hello, Kevin. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Good weekend. Ohio State win. Bengals win. I guess it was a trifecta in the Buckeye State. Cleveland Browns, Cincinnati Bengals, Ohio State Buckeyes, all winners over the weekend. Rock Pick checking in. Happy Monday. Bad Bills. Everyone stay safe and enjoy. All right, that was a pretty good game. They were making a run for it. They're trying to get back in it. Yeah, went for two. That would have been it's a one-touchdown game, but time ran out. Jacob, hello, Steve, Mr. Summers, and the overnight crew. 5-7 copy the mail. Daniel, good morning from Rogers, Minnesota. 54 out, and if you're far enough north, there's actually some beautiful northern lights tonight. All right, I'll have to pull up space weather, see what we got going on there. James chiming in some of the action over the weekend. Had a massive rally in Washington, D.C., a rally in support of Palestine and Hamas and anti-Israel. He said, I wondered if those who tried to breach the White House grounds during Saturday night's pro-Palestine protest are going to be charged with insurrection? Good question there, James. I'll give you more on that coming up. Who we got there? Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday. It's my Friday Eve for me. Hope you had a great weekend getting those Christmas decorations up. No, I didn't. I did take down the fall, the Halloween, the pumpkins, and the corn stalks and all that. But haven't got around to the Christmas decorations yet. He says, I sent you a story about a TA employee that got killed over the weekend in Albuquerque. I'll try to call in later. Yes, I got that story. Sad, but right out there in Heat Waves neck of the wood, the TA in Albuquerque. Hello, Miss Millie. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, a little chilly, but the stars are shining bright when the clouds are passing by. Everybody stay safe, take care, and, of course, blessings to all that you make it home safely. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. It's 48 degrees. I had a pretty weekend here, but we could really use some rain. I'm going to be doing a local run tomorrow, then loading Wednesday to head out for 2 stops in California. Going to try to visit the niece and her family near Hayward while we're out there. It was a good sports weekend for Ohio fans. Buckeyes, Bengals, Falcons are pathetic. Have a great night, everybody be careful out there. Hello to Glenn. He says, roll Tide. Dingbat, hi there. She said, I know, my Gators. All I can say, it was a good game. But here at home doing some housework, then it's off to have a big argument with my bed and pillow. We all know who's going to win that one, though. Hope all's well. Oh, yeah, how many days till Christmas? It's getting close, isn't it? All right, Jeffrey, New York City on board. Welcome back, Steve. Ready for a fantastic show here. You never disappoint. Well, Cap and Ron, you had an interesting weekend. Let's get business out of the way. Welcome to the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, happy greatest day of the week. We even got an extra hour of sleep this weekend. How about that?
Yes, sir.
I have the hardest time. I don't know what it is about getting adjusted to this particular time change. When we go forward, it doesn't seem to bother me as much. I guess maybe because the time we get real sleepy, it's getting daylight, and that helps. I don't know. I have the hardest time adjusting to this one. But anyway, yeah, I do disagree with Big Ed. I'm looking for Michigan to make it 3-0, 3 in a row against them. We'll see what happens, though. If we can take care of Harrison, I think we'll do it. That Ohio's receiver, he's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But we took care of Purdue, 41-13, I think it was. They took the starters out, and that's when they scored their points. But they didn't look in sync to me very well. It seemed like they were a little rusty coming off of that bye week. Maybe that had something to do with it. At least I'm hoping that's what it is. So we won without stealing any signs. How about that?
Okay, well, congratulations, huh?
Yeah. That guy, that Colin guy, he's the one that gave us the tour when we went a few weeks ago and toured the facility. And I thought he was a douchebag then. But anyway. So I have my model show. You commented on the video.
What do you call that? It's like, I mean, are there a bunch of people like you what is it, like a swap meet, or what are you doing?
Well, yeah, they have swap meets where they get all these vendors and they peddle all these kits. Well, I set up my diorama if I can. It's usually too big, but I set it up outside at this show. It's 25 feet long, 4 foot wide, and then it goes into an L shape, another 4 feet. You know, so it's pretty massive in size when you put all that together. I had about 8 or 10 models from the early 90s that I built. And then in 2014, I joined this model car group on Facebook. And there was, 80 people, and the old owner decided he wanted to shut down the group. And I said, well, I'll take it over. I want to keep it going. I thought I'd be lucky if there was 200 members that would, join the group.
Mm-hmm.
But you probably wouldn't believe how many's on there now. There's 43,000 members on there now on that model car group.
So those are all models that you've been building models for years and years, I'm guessing?
Yeah, the majority of them is from 2014 till now. I only had, I don't know, maybe 10 from the early 90s that I built. But the majority of that you saw on the video has been since 2014. And I've had, I don't know, 5 or 6 people give me, you know, here, put this on your, you can have this, put it on your diorama.
Okay.
They're just plastic model kits that you buy and paint them, put them together, and modify them, do whatever. But yeah, that's what it is.
Well, I know you had a whole bunch of Cap and Ron race cars out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, there's a couple. The one with the white van and the white car, that's a model of my actual figure 8 car that I ran at Flat Rock, Michigan.
Yeah.
And you knew I did that, because you said I was crazy for doing that. I don't know. I guess you do got to be crazy. Had a pretty big wreck one time at the intersection, but fixed the car and went back. So, anyway, if there's any model car builders out there, the group's called Model Car Builders. Get on Facebook and join.
Well,
You've never built a model before?
Oh, when I was a kid, yeah, I had built some built me a NASA lunar lander. I think I had an Apollo rocket ship model. Built me some military planes back in the day, a B-52. Yeah, that was when I was a teenager, though, a kid.
Yeah, there's people that are 80 years old in that group that are building models.
Wow.
I thought when I took the group over, I'd be lucky if 200 people still built models. I'd never imagined that many people still even build them. You know, they're kind of hard to find anymore. It used to be in Kmart's and everything else.
When you go into your Kmart store, there'd be an entire aisle in the toy department, a whole aisle of models.
Right, and now, you know, the mom and pop hobby shops can't even compete with the online and Hobby Lobby and all that. But Hobby Lobby's only got a certain select ones that they get, and you can go to these swap meets and hopefully find what you're looking for at a pretty decent deal. It's just like any other swap meet, you know, people selling stuff. But you can get a kit pretty cheap at a model car swap meet. But that's what I do in my spare time.
Well, that was quite interesting. It took you hours to set that display up, though.
It took 3.5 hours to set it up, and not quite as long to tear it down. But it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just most of the boards that I set on the tables are 2x4, you know, so they'll fit in the car, because I don't have a pickup or anything. I had all those boards and tables in my little Chevy Sonic, and I had another guy come and load up all the models in his RAV4, and that's what it took to carry it. It's pretty massive. I'm glad you got to see it anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, well, hey, thanks for checking in the greatest day of the week.
All right, talk to you next time.
Yeah, OH. It's a I-O. We do have an election this week as well, and several states will be very closely watched on the national platform. Yeah, kind of setting the stage for, of course, the much greater 2024 election. Coming up next hour, though, we'll tell you, what we're going to be watching for on election night, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Looks like the Carolina Monkey Gouger is out and about. He'll be checking in here. We're About a minute from news break, though, so just hang in there, Gouger. Got you coming up, and room for you at 844-844-3388. Real quick, I guess enough time to mention Brain Dead had forwarded this to me out of Albuquerque from KRQE. Officials responded to an incident Sunday morning of a person being run over at the truck stop, the TA, on University Boulevard about 9:30 in the morning. According to the police, report came in that a semi had run over a man at the truck stop. During an investigation, authorities concluded an employee at the truck stop had asked two drivers to move their trucks to different spots. And as one of those trucks began to leave, the employee was hit by one of the trailers, dragged, wounded, and subsequently passed away from his injuries. So, yeah, Sunday morning about 9:30. Wow. Gotta be careful in those parking lots. News break time here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Israeli warplanes launched airstrikes along the Lebanese border yesterday while the militant group Hezbollah attacked several Israeli army posts, including one hit by two large rockets. One Hezbollah leader even going so far as to threaten the United States, calling the U.S. the Great Satan.
It is the United States directing the war in Gaza. It must pay the price.
Syed Hassan Nasrallah also threatened further escalation in Gaza, siding with Hamas, saying they are prepared for all options and can resort to them at any time. Efforts were underway on Sunday to resume evacuations of injured Gazans and foreign nationals through the Rafah crossing to Egypt, suspended since Saturday after a deadly attack on an ambulance. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas demanded an immediate Israeli ceasefire at a meeting with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Ramallah, while Gaza's health ministry said at least 47 people died in a strike on a refugee camp overnight. Evacuations began on Wednesday under an internationally brokered deal. The entire Trump family is practically taking the stand in New York City.
Eric Trump testified last week in his father's civil fraud trial, passionately defending his family.
We haven't done a damn thing wrong, and they dragged Don and I into it as collateral damage.
Ivanka Trump requested to be excused from testifying, saying that it was the middle of a school week, and as a mom, it would cause her undue hardship. Her appeal was dismissed, and she will take the stand on November 8th. Their father, former President Donald Trump, expected to take the witness stand when the trial resumes in Manhattan tomorrow.
That's Corey Myers reporting. A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn for the 2023 Christmas tree. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Supreme Court is currently reviewing a challenge to the federal prohibition on bump stocks, which are devices designated to enhance the firing rate of a semi-automatic rifle. This decision coincides with a recent mass shooting in Maine, prompting the justices to re-examine a significant 2022 ruling concerning the Second Amendment that broadened gun rights nationwide. Pro-Palestinian protesters shook a White House fence and vandalized it last night, spraying red paint and chanting vulgarities at President Joe Biden. Some protesters were even seen trying to climb the White House's iron gates. They went on to vandalize the General Marquis de Lafayette statue in nearby Lafayette Park with graffiti and Palestinian flags as well. Rula Iti has a sister and nephew that live in Palestine.
I just want to be heard. I want people to know that the life out there is not okay. The occupation in Palestine, it's not an easy life on a day-to-day basis.
The Secret Service was able to control the situation and no arrests were made. Daylight savings time changes can disrupt sleep schedules. We rolled back the clocks 1 hour. Could cause sleep deprivation, warns Dr. Phyllis Z., a sleep researcher, Northwestern Medicine. While gaining an extra hour when falling back is somewhat easier on the body, it can still lead to chronic sleep deprivation, increased heart rates, and inflammation. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, thank you much. Welcome back. Here we go, hour number 2. As we close out the weekend, make our way into the greatest day of the week. All right, somebody said Northern Lights, so I pulled up spaceweather.com. What just happened? Well, apparently 2 coronal mass ejections hit the Earth over the weekend. One on Saturday, another Sunday. That double blow sparked a strong G3 class geomagnetic storm. Auroras seen as far south as Colorado and apparently even in Texas. Now, the storm is now subsiding, they say, with isolated periods of minor G1 class storming continuing through this Monday morning. But not all the lights were auroras, they say. At the apex of the storm, bright lights danced across the skies of northern Europe. To our utter amazement, we observed a striking phenomenon. Something called Steve, named after me. Never heard of it. We were blown away by the intensity of the purple beam. You could see it plainly even with the naked eye, swelling and flickering in brilliance. All right, my friend likened it to a celestial funnel cloud or tornado changing form in real time. This phenomena known as Steve is a recent discovery. It looks like an aurora, but it's not. The soft purple glow is caused by hot, we're talking about 3,000 degrees Celsius, rivers of gas flowing through Earth's magnetosphere at speeds exceeding 13,000 miles per hour. These rivers are energized by strong geomagnetic storms like the one that happened over the weekend. That was a sight to behold. All right. The Monkey Gouger on a Monday. What's going on?
Oh, man, buddy. We on the way to Marina Del Rey. Trucking hard, buddy.
So you just got back on
load off here.
You just got back on the road. I kind of thought maybe you're going to spend a little bit of time out there trying to make up for the lost weeks off the road. No?
Well, I won't be home but for one day, and they turn me right back out. But and then we go. You know, I ain't gonna let you off the hook that easy.
That's good.
Steve, did you get a chance to watch any of this college football over the weekend?
Yeah, I watched several games. I was watching that the Kansas game, and I thought they were going to pull that out.
Boy, I tell you what, that was a nail biter, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
That referee that Oklahoma OSU game. If I was him, I'd make sure that I didn't stay in the state of Oklahoma because they want his ass on a platter. I mean, that was some bad officiating right there. I mean, it was bad, and I was sitting in the truck stop there because I wanted to see OU and OSU, and then I wanted to see Notre Dame and Clemson, and man, I thought they were going to tear that TV room down when that happened on that OU game. Man, them people went crazy. I mean, they were throwing stuff, throwing popcorn. I mean, it was wild. I said, damn. You know, y'all got that violent over a football game? You know, it is what it is, you know. And then at the end of it, one of the sportscasters said, well, they got their butt beat before they go to the next venue, talking about moving into the SEC. I thought that was pretty funny, but I never seen Venables get that upset. Even when he was at Clemson, I mean, he was irate. And then, I got to see Clemson pull off that defeat against Notre Dame. I didn't see. I tell you what, I don't know what Dabo done to them players, Well, he tuned them up. They went to play ball, man. It was a good game. But I don't know if you've been keeping up with the controversy, but over the week, some 12-year-old boy called some sports show that Dabo was on there. And boy, he reamed his rear end. He said, you're getting paid $11.1 million a year, and you're 4-4? And I mean, boy, that little boy tore him up. But they've been giving Clifton hell Dabo all week over that phone call. I bet he told them boys, you lose this football game, all of you go sit on the bench. I ain't taking no more butt chewers from no 12-year-old. But Steve, this week, this overnight drive is a tight-knit family. And after I talked to you about what had happened, my phone just been going haywire from some of the old callers and everything. And I got one phone call. You remember old Dusty Crone?
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, he called me up and, hey, Mark, I hear you selling your truck. I said, you want to buy a truck? I got a good one for sale, buddy. I said, I can put you right in the Rooster Cruiser, man. You'll look good. Ever so neat riding down the road, your 2-seat feet. He started dying laughing. He said, you idiot. He said, well, I just wanted to call you to see what the story was. And I explained to him what's going on. I said, you still got to put up with me for 2 more years. And we laughed. We talked. Yeah, we must talk 3 hours the other night.
Wow.
Good to hear from old Dusty. We don't ever get to see him nowhere at the truck show anymore. And he was a character. But I don't know if you've seen the video. Meemaw taught Boomer how to blow a duck call, right?
Right, yeah, the dog, right?
And,
that was the grandson. I'm sorry.
And he giving that duck call hell, right? I mean, boy, he got the chicken coming to the duck call. And we inherited some chickens. I don't know where they come from, but they decided they're gonna take up residence. So anyway, Boomer called him Bark Bark. He blow that duck call. And, yeah, Bark Bark. Yeah, Bark Bark. So I went to town and bought him his own duck call because he was waterlogging mine. And I give it to him, give him a little thing to go around his neck. He can blow his duck call. Tonight I called and he was raising mortal hell. And I told Jay, what's wrong with that boy? He said, I took that damn duck call from him. I said, do what? He said, I'm listening to quack, quack, quack. I'm sick of it. I said, give him the duck call back, man. I said, you never can't tell. That might be the duck calling champion of South Carolina one day.
Right.
He said, he can come to your house and blow the duck call. I said, no. That's the reason I sent it to your house so I could keep him in practice. And then Biscuit got on there and said, you know something, Pig? So I wish you had that duck call with you because that boy done drove me up the wall. He done drove me crazy. I said, Harlan, you 8 but 6. How in the world did he drive you crazy? Every time he turned around, quack, 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 quack. I said, well, he's practicing.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you got to keep him in practice, start him young. And I got him a little old wooden gun there that I had when I was a child, one of them play guns,
Right.
He picked that thing up, pow, pow, blow the duck call. Yeah, buddy. I said, I'll train him right. About 2 more years, I'll have him in the swamp duck hunting with me. And I just, but everything's good, man. I mean, it's been a good round. Everything's going good. Truck looks magnificent. The boy that put it back together for me done a hell of a job. I've got a lot of comments on it. And I'll tell you, it's just good to be out here riding and cruising, man. You know, I didn't realize after 8 weeks I'd miss it so bad, but once I got that big old Caterpillar cranked up and all that horsepower roared to life, man, we ready to get the job done now.
Back to trailer trucking.
So, back to trailer trucking. Do it like Pruitt used to do it, baby. But Steve, something I don't understand, and I noticed it in a couple places. Why is diesel $2 more than gasoline?
Really?
Can you tell me that?
I had not. I've not seen that big of a disparity. I mean, everywhere it seems like it's about $1 more in most places, but $2 more?
Well, we've seen a couple places in Texas when I was coming out. It was gas was $2.89 and diesel was $4.89.
Wow.
And I said, you know, I don't understand this. And I seen one or two places on $2.87 where it was diesel was $5.01 a gallon, like them little mom and pop places way off the beaten path.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, why are they gouging us so much on diesel? I don't understand. I mean, I understand that, you know, it's the combine season and takes a lot of, you know, fuel to run them combiners, but, you know, the combine season is winding up. If you ain't done got it in, you know, you in bad shape. But I don't know. I mean, I've been noticing. I didn't know if anybody else had noticed it or anything, but it's been kind of unreal. But I tell you, some of these prices I'm seeing, it's still up there. I mean, like tonight, Georgia was $4.59, $4.49. I seen one place $4.60, gas $2.95, $2.85. I mean, there's a lot more gas cars than there is diesel, so I don't know. I mean, that just doesn't make good sense to me on why they're gouging the diesel market so much for. But I mean, we get a good discount at the pump. I mean, like tonight, I got it for $3.59 on our price plus fuel deal. That's one thing that's saving us, but these boys is having to pay out the pocket.
Yep.
They're taking it right up the shorts, man. I mean, they get the gals to them. So anyway, Big Buddy, that's about all I know. I just thought I'd check in, tell you I'm just riding around in the dark. And I'll tell you what, everybody fussing about these going to work in the dark, coming home in the dark. I love the dark. I'm a vampire. Sun come up, I got to find a place to hide.
There you go. Yeah,
So it gives me.
It's the middle of the afternoon for us.
Yeah. You know, it don't bother us. It's just another day, you know, dark. But anyway, we'll catch you later on, buddy. We're going to ease on here to the Marina Del Rey and see what we can stir up.
All righty. Safe travels. As always, be careful out there. It's 844-3388. All right, a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So we kick off a new week, and we're talking 6th day of November. Come Tuesday, November 7th, it's Election Day, to which we have 2 states will elect governors and other state and legislative officials. 2 others will elect only state legislators. But the outcomes of these contests will almost certainly have an impact on both parties and very possibly be interpreted as things to come when the presidential election rolls around next year. In the state of Virginia, you've got all 100 seats of the State House of Delegates, as well as all 40 in the state Senate, up for election. All of them in what they call court redrawn districts. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin has placed top priority on maintaining his party's slim hold on the House, which is 48 Republicans, 46 Democrats, with 6 vacancies, turning the slim Democrat edge in the Senate, which is 22-18, hoping to turn that into a Republican majority. His Spirit of Virginia Political Action Committee has poured big money into key races. Youngkin himself has campaigned hard for candidates, several of whom he actually endorsed in contested primaries. Now, a Republican capture of both chambers will not only permit Youngkin to pursue his conservative agenda of issues from abortion to cutting the size of government, but will almost certainly spark some talk of his maybe jumping in to the Republican presidential race. Clearly aware of this, Democrats are also pouring big dollars of their own into the Old Dominion races. Democrat candidates themselves increasingly brought up the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe versus Wade, leaving the legality of abortion up to the states. Now, last week they brought in their big gun, former President Barack Obama. He will be on robocalls to an estimated 100,000 voters in select districts there in the state of Virginia. Kentucky, a race that just a few weeks ago, was not even a close one, is now down to the wire. 2 weeks ago, Democrat Governor Andy Beshear actually held a double-digit lead over Republican State Attorney General Daniel Cameron and was considered a cinch for re-election. But a just completed Emerson College poll showed the two are now in a dead heat, with Cameron, the Bluegrass State's first black attorney general, at 47%, Andy Beshear at 47%. Now, in a poll conducted on October 1st through the 3rd, just over a month ago, Emerson had Beshear at 49%, and Cameron was at 33% at that point in time. Again, so a double-digit lead, which has evaporated. Why the sudden change? Now, much of it, according to observers, has to do with Cameron underscoring his support for Donald Trump in a state carried by the former president with more than 60% in 2020's election. Some of the recent Cameron TV spots featuring Trump who strongly reaffirmed his pre-primary endorsement of Cameron just last week. These two have clashed in televised debates over the governor's lockdown during the pandemic, abortion issues, the school vouchers program, which Cameron refused to say he supported, despite having given his blessing to the premier irritant of teachers' unions throughout the campaign. This one is clearly coming down to the wire on Tuesday. That will be watched on a national scale. Mississippi to be continued in a runoff. With early voting in process and polling places just days from opening, all bets are off on the fate of Republican Governor Tate Reeves. October 23rd, public policy polling for the Democrat Governors Association shows Reeves edging Democrat Brandon Presley by 46 to 45%, but there were 10% undecided. Yeah, that's a large number. It could go either way. Now, the DGA obviously took the polls seriously. They've already pumped an unprecedented, for historically Republican Mississippi, $3.75 million into the coffers of Presley. The Public Utilities Commissioner and cousin of Elvis Presley. And they are expected to have a blitz airing during, obviously, today. They have over the weekend. The X factor in the race is the recently withdrawn independent candidate, Gwendolyn Gray. In ending her state house bid, Gray endorsed Presley because of his promise to pump more money into public education and expand Medicaid in the Magnolia State. Gray exited the race in early October, which was too late to take her name off the ballot. Should she draw enough votes to keep either majority candidate from a majority on Tuesday, the state election law will require Reeves and Presley to meet in a runoff election on November the 28th. So that could actually happen. Coming up, we'll move on. One final state, the state of New Jersey. A few MAGA Republicans to watch in that state. The entire New Jersey legislature will be on the ballot Tuesday. So it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel.
USA News Update. Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations, Oksana Markarova, expressed her concern that the Israel-Hamas conflict is diverting attention from Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
This war on terror have to be won everywhere, and that we cannot afford to lose focus in one place or another.
During an appearance on CBS's Face the Nation, Markarova discussed how Russia is assisting Hamas while receiving support from Iran and North Korea. Former President Trump, speaking at the Florida Freedom Summit, pledged that if reelected, he would establish a missile defense shield to safeguard the U.S. from the threat of World War III, while emphasizing a commitment to put America first. A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn for the 2023 Christmas tree. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993.
Thank you much. Welcome back on a Monday. Plenty of room for you. We love Mondays at 844-844-3388. We'll get back with more on Tuesday's election coming up. This weekend, Sunday, was Championship Day. For those who still follow NASCAR, I know many are no longer fans as they were for many, many years. Ryan Blaney, though, spent the 2023 playoffs delivering clutch performances when it mattered the most and in the biggest race of his life. The 29-year-old gave his most memorable showing yet. Now he is a Cup Series champion. Ryan Blaney claimed his first career Cup Series championship this past day at Phoenix Raceway. In his first championship for appearance, he outlasted fellow title hopefuls Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, and William Byron for the most prestigious prize in NASCAR. Blaney had the lead among Championship 4 drivers when the caution flag flew for a Kyle Busch spin with 37 laps remaining. After losing that advantage on pit road, he battled back on the ensuing restart to get past Byron and Larson, getting in front of them with 20 laps to go. Blaney held that position, finishing second to the race winner, Ross Chastain. And oftentimes the case where Ross Chastain's win at Phoenix is kind of overshadowed by the winner of the Cup Series championship. But it's the second consecutive season Team Penske takes home NASCAR's top prize. Blaney following Joey Logano's title conquest last year. It also gives Ford a sweep of championships following titles by Cole Custer and Ben Rhodes earlier in the weekend. Blaney was rather emotional, just so proud of this team. Unbelievable year, unbelievable playoff to win back-to-back Cup titles for Mr. Penske. That's so special. Having my family here, winning my first Cup title. Yes, I got a bit emotional in the car, and I'm not really a very emotional kind of guy, but hope everybody enjoyed. Hope it was an awesome show. It took Blaney 8 full seasons, but he joins Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano as the 3 drivers to win Cup titles for Roger Penske. In 4 previous trips to the round of 8, Blaney had come up empty-handed. This year, the number 12 team stepped up at the right time. A pair of playoff victories, Talladega and Martinsville, en route to the championship. Unlike previous seasons when Blaney made mistakes in the round of 8, he rose to the occasion this year across the 3 races at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, Homestead, Miami, and Martinsville in the round of 8. The number 12 team posted an average finish of 3rd. He had an incredible run at Homestead, leading 53 laps, finishing 2nd there. Then stamped his name into the championship 4 in a dominant second-half performance in Martinsville, ringing up his 3rd victory of the season. Congratulations to Ryan Blaney, NASCAR Cup Series champion. Wheelchair Dave, hey there.
Well, how you doing there, buddy?
Have we made the journey back? Have we made the journey back to Georgia yet, or are you still here in the Buckeye State?
I did. I did it Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, and went really well. I came down old Route 95, decided to come down old Route 95, past your Hot Shot Secret Factory right there at in Mount Gilead, 71 and 95 right there, and waved to everybody as I went on by. Got into a pretty good zone, and I tell you, I haven't driven that way. 71 South, through the tunnel down there in Cincinnati, down where you're at there, come across the bridge, and just kept on going, that way. My only trouble I got into really was when I got into Knoxville. Hang on. Stinkyville right there, and Old Jelloway and all that, where the mountains are and stuff. Made it through there pretty good. But when I got into Knoxville there, I don't know, what was that, 5 or 6 lanes of traffic, across that stretch right there. The sun was coming down, decided to blind everybody, and everybody was just rolling along at a mile an hour or less, everybody. I mean, nobody could see nothing. That's how bad that sun was. And I don't know. We did that for probably a good 6-7 mile stretch like that, and then that's right there at 40. If you keep on going, so on 75, you switch over there. You don't take 40. You stay on that 75. It's got that little stretch from Knoxville to Chattanooga. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So all these people that decided to go so slow because they couldn't see, decided to speed up, and take that little stretch right there. I don't know, good, 45-minute, jump there, over to Ringo and all that stuff. So, so a few wrecks right there, because everybody was going so slow in Knoxville. But, I made it pretty good. So, I'm back here at Lake Lanier, and, lake's down an awful lot. It's about 7 feet down from where it was when I left. So my dock is on the ground, and I ain't really happy about that because the daggone pontoon boat's on the ground then as well, and won't be no fishing for me. So, hell, I might as well go ahead and head on down to Florida, instead of staying around here.
I know last week we had that first, we had our first hard freezes. That was enough to convince you I'm getting the heck out of here?
Oh, Steve, man, so up at the cabin up there, it got in like 24 degrees, 26 degrees for like 3 nights in a row. Wouldn't get above 40 degrees, and it just wasn't for me. I was all bundled up, wearing, bogging on the head and the whole 9 yards. I mean, it was, I'm just not used to it, Steve, at all, So it went straight through to me. So, hey, that Blaney boy, that's real nice of him. I don't know if I ever told you, when I used to race go-karts competitively, I used to race against old Dave Blaney, his dad, and his uncle Dale Blaney. Years and years ago,
really?
In the 80s, I used to race. Yeah, I sure did. Those guys, that whole family and stuff, they're more like a dirt track sprint car titles and stuff. That Dave Blaney, he got really, really, really good up there. Another family in that area that got good was that Haudenschild. I think that's how you pronounce it. Sheldon Haudenschild. And then his dad went by that nickname Wild Man. Look that one up, Steve. Look up Wild Man, because he run for Penske as well for a sprint car. But he went by, I can't remember his first name right now for the heck of me. But yeah, those were all Northern Ohio fellas, that used to race and stuff. So that's cool. The grandson took a title there, and for Roger Penske, I tell you what, cream of the crop. Don't get no better than that. Anyhow, how's everything been going with you? What's been going on with you? You been going over to the winery? What you been doing?
Nah, I hadn't been there in a while. We ended up we did our Roosters weekend thing. That's what the princess and my mom wanted to do. So that's about it.
Okay.
Like I said, got down. I was in the I'm mulching leaves almost every other day. I'm sick of the leaves. I wish they'd finish coming down, but it's going to be a few more weeks.
Oh, yeah. That they sure did change awful quick. You notice that?
Yes. Yes.
It normally took a little longer, but I want to tell you what, it was like boom, several days, bam, bam, bam. Next thing you know, color and off the laying all over the place. Yeah, you're right. All those maples and stuff, they look pretty, when they're on the ground, but they don't look pretty when you're piling them up, huh? Your back doing okay?
I'm doing okay, about 99%, I guess. I still got to be careful, with bending over, but I ultimately the chiropractor, the chiropractor visit made all the difference in the world.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I just wanted to check in. Yeah, so I'm back at Lake Lanier, so when you hear from me, I'll stay here for a while. And y'all have a great week, okay?
All right. Was it Pagenaud, Simon Pagenaud? Was that your wild man?
No. This was Haudenschild. Haudenschild.
Okay.
Is H-A, it's spelled really weird. It's the one that's Sheldon Haudenschild. It's his dad that they called Wild Man, sprint car racer.
Okay.
I may not be pronouncing that. It's a real long name and stuff, like a German name. You gotta get that going,
Haudenschild. Haudenschild.
Yes.
I pulled it up. I found it here.
Did he come up? Did he come up?
Yes, he did. Let's see. The Wild Man Business Group.
Yeah. Yeah, so, he was real good sprint car race, dirt track, right up your alley there, so. But anyhow, just wanted to check in and say hello and made a trip, and, like I said, I drove by old Hot Shot Secrets there. Man, that's quite a big spread they got going on there, you know that?
Very nice facility, yes, and I mean, they're trying to outgrow it again, believe it or not.
Wow. All right, well, we'll call in later this week. Say hi to everybody, and I want to say hey real quick to the guy from Wisconsin. Daggone it.
Old Scarecrow.
Son, flies YouTube.
Scarecrow.
Yeah, Scarecrow. Yeah. I am so sorry that didn't roll off the top of my tongue. Yeah. I was listening last week, and Scarecrow was talking about his coach. Yeah, old Lou Fickle, man. He said he wasn't that impressed with him. How about that? Well, you and I know that he's a pretty good coach. So, I don't know. I guess he wants to go to the Rose Bowl or something like that. Maybe he thought he was going to go the first year, but how about them dogs, though? They're still right on in it, aren't they?
Ah, yes, indeed. I'm thinking could it come down to the dogs versus the Buckeyes, maybe?
Yeah, it probably will. That'll probably happen in the first round of the playoffs, to be quite honest with you. Michigan will stay in there, too. Even though I think they're going to lose. I think Ohio State's going to lose to Michigan.
Okay.
Because they're playing in Ann Arbor. They're playing in Michigan.
Yep.
And I just got a feeling that they've lost already two games. This will be the third year in a row if they lose. I got a feeling they're going to lose. I think Michigan's going to take care of their business there.
Well,
what do you think?
Cap and Ron would be smiling from ear to ear. I don't know. That's why it's a big game. That's one we're all going to be glued to the TV for, right? All right, good to hear from you. I'm glad you made it safely back to Lake Lanier, Georgia. There you go. Wheelchair Dave. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend. Let's get back to Tuesday, Election Day. Actually, a couple of other states to be closely watched. In New Jersey, we mentioned the entire New Jersey legislature will be on the ballot, and no one expects the Democrat-ruled state Senate, 25 Dems to 15 Republicans, or the state attorney general, or General Assembly, which is 46 Dems, 34 Republicans. Nobody expects that to flip. But there are some candidates for conservatives to watch. Senator Edward Durr, a truck driver who unseated the Senate Democrat leader in the Cinderella story of 2023. Considered kind of rough around the edges, but his reelection is a priority for conservatives in the state. Senator Declan O'Scanlan Jr., considered more libertarian than conservative, but he also has a working relationship with culture and economic conservatives. Admirers expect him to run for governor in 2025 or maybe 2029. Then former U.S. Representative Mike Pappas, famed for singing Twinkle, Twinkle, Kenneth Starr about the late independent counsel on the House floor, running for state Senate. Conservatives say he has a shot, and they're trying to make his comeback bid a major priority for Tuesday night. Then, of course, in the state of Ohio, the state will be deciding whether to guarantee the right to abortion in a potential 2024 bellwether, as both sides of the American political machine establish their campaign strategies on this crucial issue 1 year out from the presidential election. Now, I want you to reminisce back to the midterms 2022, what was supposed to be the red wave or the red tsunami that turned out to be more or less of a red trickle. And much of that can be attributed to the stance of Republicans on the abortion issue. The Democrats made that as soon as that Roe versus Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court, the Democrats made that their number one issue, and it has been working around the country. Voters will choose whether to amend the state constitution to promise the freedom to, quote, make and carry out one's own reproductive decisions, including abortion, or to leave the state constitution as it is, allowing for a potential state ban. But this is an issue where there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation. As we know, when the Supreme Court revoked the right to abortion last year, sending that decision back to each individual state. In the 17 months since that decision, 14 states have effectively prohibited the procedure, while others have moved to enshrine the right to end a pregnancy within state law. Now, in Ohio, the reversal triggered a law that would halt all abortions after a heartbeat is detected in the womb, usually about 6 weeks of gestation. Oftentimes, that's before a woman may even know she's pregnant. Now, that law is currently suspended as it winds its way through the legal challenges, meaning that for now, you can still obtain an abortion in Ohio up to about 22 weeks of pregnancy. But the law sparked a national outcry for the short time that it was in effect last year. Supposedly, there was the case of a 10-year-old rape survivor who was forced to travel to the neighboring state of Indiana for an abortion after being denied in the state of Ohio. All right, Election Day Tuesday. Of course, many have been voting early. You can mark yes or no on a question to change the state constitution. Of course, another issue that will be on the ballot in the state of Ohio will be the legalization of recreational marijuana. Now, I believe that is what they call issue number 2. Couple of big items to be watched. I know especially early on, following various state issues in regards to abortion, there have been many states where the voters have had their say and continue to want the right to make their own decisions. Based on what I'm seeing, I mean, you've got varying neighborhoods. I mean, in my area, I see more no on issue 1 signs versus yes on issue 1 signs, but it all depends on what part of the town you go through, and it's a statewide issue. So obviously, the big cities, your Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, probably Toledo, typically, will probably have very strong numbers voting yes on 1. And now you get on, out into the out of the big cities, and there's going to be a lot of no's, but I haven't seen any polling how things are trending in regards to that in the state of Ohio. But that's another big one to be watched. This is going to be, as far as the politicians, how they're going to be, profiling themselves in the campaign leading up to the 2024 election. Republicans have got to be very, very careful and be in touch with the constituents, if you know what I mean. All right, so that's going to be a big night, Tuesday night, and we'll have it all covered as the numbers come in from around the country. Here it is Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. All right, coming up, we'll get a news break just ahead here, and the wet weather continues across the northwestern portions of the country early this week. As forecasters projected last week, the first two storms bringing heavy rain, gusty winds. That first storm moved through midweek last week, Wednesday, Thursday. Next storm that moved in Friday through Saturday brought another round of heavy rain and gusty winds to the region. As of Sunday morning, 2 3/4 inches of rain had already fallen at Seattle-Tacoma International, 2 inches or so in the Portland area. Amounts upwards of 8 inches have been observed so far in parts of the Olympic Mountains and the Cascades. Many coastal areas dealing with gusty winds with these storms, gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour. And the train of storms continues to come in. Got more to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive on a Monday, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations, Oksana Markarova, expressed her concern that the Israel-Hamas conflict is diverting attention from Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
This war on terror have to be won everywhere, and that we cannot afford to lose focus in one place or another.
During an appearance on CBS's Face the Nation, Markarova discussed how Russia is assisting Hamas while receiving support from Iran and North Korea. She mentioned Ukraine's ammunition shortages and the country's reliance on ongoing military aid from the U.S. Congress. Additionally, she welcomed House Speaker Mike Johnson's stance that Russian President Vladimir Putin should not be allowed to succeed and expressed her willingness to meet with Johnson. Former President Trump, speaking at the Florida Freedom Summit, pledged that if reelected, he would establish a missile defense shield to safeguard the U.S. from the threat of World War III, while emphasizing a commitment to put America first. He also accused Democrats of election manipulation in 2020 and asserted that the Justice Department was pursuing him for political motivations. The entire Trump family is practically taking the stand in New York City.
Eric Trump testified last week in his father's civil fraud trial, passionately defending his family.
We haven't done a damn thing wrong, and they dragged Don and I into it as collateral damage.
Ivanka Trump requested to be excused from testifying, saying that it was the middle of a school week, and as a mom, it would cause her undue hardship. Her appeal was dismissed, and she will take the stand on November 8th. Their father, former President Donald Trump, expected to take the witness stand when the trial resumes in Manhattan tomorrow. I'm Corey Myers.
A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn for the 2023 Christmas tree. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Maine is preparing for a vote this week on a ballot initiative that could establish the nation's first publicly owned electric utility governed by an elected board. Supporters believe this initiative could enhance local control over utilities, potentially reducing service interruptions in a state that experiences frequent power outages. However, opponents argue that shifting to public utility ownership might not be a cost-effective solution, since a board of directors could make decisions based on higher profit potential. President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden went to Maine to grieve with the community still reeling from the mass shooting that left 18 people dead, 13 wounded. They met with survivors and stopped at Shemenji's Bar, one of the shooting locations, to lay flowers at a memorial there, followed by remarks at the bowling alley that was also one of the shooting scenes.
No pain's the same, but we know what it's like to lose a piece of our soul in the depths of a loss that's so profound. Some of us have been there.
There he took a moment to pay respect to the victims and renew his call for greater gun control measures. Congratulations to Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker. They welcomed their baby boy over the weekend. TMZ reporting that Kourtney gave birth at a hospital in Los Angeles. The baby's reportedly being named Rocky 13 Barker. That is the latest news. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Another hour underway on a Monday. Yeehaw. Welcome to the greatest day of the week. Hard to believe, the holidays are rapidly approaching. As we've heard in some of the news breaks, Warner Enterprises is in the process of hauling this year's U.S. Capitol Christmas tree, a 63-foot-tall Norway spruce that was harvested November 1 from the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. Right now, a Kenworth 100th Anniversary T680 Signature Edition, sporting a newly installed graphics wrap, will be transporting the tree from the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia to the west lawn of the U.S. Capitol building. The Capitol Christmas Tree Tour that officially began over the weekend, Saturday, with a special celebration in Elkins, West Virginia, home to the headquarters of the Monongahela National Forest. It concludes on November 17, when the tree, which was named by the Shawnee tribe, is delivered to the west lawn of the Capitol. I'm not going to try to pronounce the name from the Shawnee tribe, but the name means bright tree in the Shawnee language. It is pronounced phonetically Wathame Tekwi. Okay? I would have butchered that. Wathame Tekwi. Endlessly wild and wonderful is the tour of the theme, the message prominently displayed on the truck's driver and passenger sides. Of course, Warner, headquartered in Omaha, Nebraska, one of the largest providers of transportation services here in the country. I guess it's quite an honor to be selected as the driver to deliver the Capitol Christmas tree. Davila and Dean, Jesus Davila and Tim Dean were selected to drive the T680 Signature Edition equipped with a 76-inch sleeper, the PACCAR powertrain featuring the PACCAR MX-13 engine, 455 horsepower, the PACCAR TX-12 automatic transmission, and the PACCAR DX-40 tandem rear axles. All right, the full breakdown. Of course, as we all know in the trucking industry, as everyone in and associated with the trucking industry knows, most of the last 2 years have been very difficult. Trucking companies, large and small, have gone out of business. There are too many trucks chasing too little freight. Rates on most lanes are at or below 2019 levels, another bad year for the industry. In addition, brokerages have also been hurt. As widely reported by FreightWaves and other media, Convoy, the high-profile brokerage, recently shutting down for financial reasons. Other brokerages have also gone out of business, and layoffs have become relatively commonplace. There are hiring freezes and other belt-tightening moves in effect throughout the freight industry. Now, the trucking bloodbath has actually taken down a bank. Citizens Bank of Sac City, Iowa, has failed. It appears that their exposure to commercial trucking is the cause. Citizens Bank was a small state chartered bank. Their loan portfolio was focused on commercial and industrial loans, according to the bank regulation blog. Reporting that the FDIC announced Citizens Bank, a $66 million asset non-member bank, had failed. Supervised by the FDIC and the Iowa Department of Insurance and Financial Services, all of the deposits of Citizens Bank were assumed by Iowa Trust and Savings Bank. According to the blog report, because Citizens Bank was a state-chartered bank and not a member of the FDIC, the bank's estimated losses of $14.8 million will be the responsibility of the Iowa Department of Insurance and Financial Services. The superintendent of the Iowa Division of Banking, which is part of the department, also issued a statement saying that in the course of a joint FDIC IDOB examination, examiners identified significant loan losses that had not previously been identified by the bank. In addition, the superintendent's statement included information that Citizens Bank loan portfolio was concentrated in out-of-territory and out-of-state loans to one industry. Some of those loans had incurred heavy losses. Now, in the statement, the industry in question was not identified. However, prior to the failure of Citizens Bank, the FDIC and IDOB entered into a consent order back in August. Part of that consent order, according to Bank Reg Blog, Citizens Bank was required to engage an independent third-party loan consultant with requisite knowledge, skills, ability, and workout experience. Plus, the consent order focused on one loan portfolio. The consultant had full authority and discretion to administer and service the bank's commercial trucking loan portfolio. Now, Sac City's population, small town, just over 2,000 people. The population of Iowa is only about 3.2 million people. Citizens Bank assets were $66 million. Of course, we know prices for new Class A trucks this year vary by brand as well as by the number and type of features, but they are expensive, ranging from $150,000 for basic models to over $220,000 for models with the custom features. How or why a small state-chartered bank in the very small town of Sac City, Iowa, was making loans on expensive trucks is unknown, but doing so seemingly would be highly speculative. Now, that post, which the headline, Iowa Bank Failure Tied to Bad Trucking Loans, first appeared on FreightWaves. So, the difficult times continue, which is reflected, I believe, in the jobs numbers released on Friday. Trucking jobs took another hit in October, keeping employment growth in the industry in the red for the year. According to the latest numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 5,000 trucking jobs were eliminated from the economy last month. This marks the fifth loss for the year as the trucking industry continues to move toward a yearly decline. Dave Spencer, Vice President of Market Intelligence at Arrive Logistics, told Landline that although seasonally adjusted numbers show a loss of 5,000 trucking jobs, non-seasonally adjusted numbers reveal that trucking employment was pretty much flat in the month of October. This indicates that carriers who are involved with supporting the retail peak season or other seasonal demand, food, Christmas trees, may have taken a step back this year from the normal hiring ramp-up and are pretty comfortable just handling the seasonal demand with the staff already in place. I said, in my eyes, the report shows relative stability for trucking employment amid a faltering demand environment, or at least expectations for a slower than normal peak season. This could be a sign that if seasonal demand outperforms expectations, we could see greater rate volatility due to a more constrained than usual supply side. Now, he said he expects the downward trend to continue into 2024. That large quantities of drivers that entered the industry when the rates were sky high, and that balance has to be restored before conditions can improve. All right, year-to-date, trucking jobs are down by 28,500. Now, last year, trucking numbers actually went up by nearly 61,000. Accounting for all transportation sector jobs, employment is down by more than 12,000 jobs. Transportation jobs have dropped 6 times this year. Since the pandemic, they've dropped only twice before, in April of 2021 and November of last year. Continuing to kind of weed out, thin the field, thin the herd, as they say. So many that jumped into the industry as an owner-operator by, hey, I can make a ton of money. And many did for a year and a half, till the bottom fell out, and they're gradually losing their trucks, losing their business. Double R, what's happening on a Monday?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How was your weekend? Or did you get a weekend?
Yeah, it went well. We had to go to the Port of Baltimore and load up some electric Porsches, and we're on our way over here to Michigan. I'm bebopping across the PA Turnpike. And then yesterday was Anita's birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I saw that, yes.
And but you know what, Steve? I they need this trucking industry, and what they need to do is go after these foreigners that are over here trying to drive truck, because they're the ones. I hate to stir up a mess, and I know I'm going to, but the truth hurts. They need to get these damn foreigners out of here, because number one, yeah, they might know how to drive over in Europe and all that, but they damn sure don't know how to drive over here. You know, they try to run you over. They got one speed, and that's to the floor, you know, and you broke down. I've had one come by me while I was sitting on the shoulder and try to take my damn mirror off my truck. You know, that's crazy. There's no what's the word I'm looking for here? Shit, I can't even think this morning. I hate Mondays. There's no gratitude for each other. I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but I can't think right now. But it's just, what about me? What about me? You know, and yeah, they do need to thin it out a little bit. You know, I hate to put it that way, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
But how was your weekend?
Short and sweet.
Yeah, they always are, ain't they?
Now, how's your
cool.
how's your Indianapolis Colts doing this year?
Well, they won yesterday. I mean, of course, they didn't play a team that was, I think they got the worst NFL record, 1-6 or something.
Wow.
But they won. But they're doing all right. I think they're 4-4 right now. And you guys pulled your game off against the Bills, didn't you?
Yeah, 24-18 there Sunday night.
Yeah, I was watching that Houston game, and that quarterback, is it C.J. Stroud, I believe it is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He broke a rookie record yesterday, 470 yards passing, and that was a hell of a game there. He's a good quarterback. He really is. He's going to be a threat in the NFL. So, but I wish Houston well. I mean, that was a good game,
Mm-hmm.
but anyhow, I just wanted to call in. Hey, you don't happen to? You got my cell number. Can you remember Jim? You know Jim and Sue that go on a cruise with us?
Yeah, Jim, the Criswells, yeah.
Yeah. Can you text me his phone number? I've looked at my phone. I wanted to call him and see how he's been doing, and I mean, I thought I had his number, but I switched phones, and apparently that's one of the numbers that, you know how you get a different phone and you got numbers that just don't want to switch.
And I'm not sure if I have it in my phone. I'm sure Lisa has. I'm sure the princess has it in her phone.
Oh, okay. I know Demon's got it, and maybe he's listening. He'll give me a buzz and give me his number.
Yeah, I know Scotty said that I guess they were looking at, when we get back off the cruise next year, they were looking to maybe stay a couple of extra days down there in Florida, do some things when they get back. And he was kind of filling us in how, I mean, I guess the hotels are just totally booked. There's no availability there in Miami. And I think they were looking at maybe going back to the embassy in Fort Lauderdale. And I don't know, I think he said even they were already no availability.
I know, that's what they were telling me. And because we was actually going to go, well, I guess when we book our cruise, does that automatically mean that we got our room, or do we have to let Sue, is her name Suzanne or whatever? Do we have to let her know that we want to get a room, or?
Oh,
what?
You mean for the embassy, and you're going to go to Miami, right?
Yes, sir.
That's where we've got our, you should have got the email a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, they started booking, taking reservations 1st of October. You need to call that embassy in Miami. And again, I'll have Lisa send you the phone number for the embassy. You put your credit card down. They're not going to bill your card right now. They're just going to reserve the room.
Just hold it.
And you're going to,
hold it.
It comes out of your account when you check in down there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll get that done. Somebody was telling me that she only had like 20 rooms.
I think they only let her book 20 to begin with. I guess, she can get, and once they're booked, she's supposed to be able to get more. So hopefully there's plenty to go around.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on down there, but I hope they can get more rooms, and that'll be nice. So, but anyhow, I just wanted to call. I know this is your rough
favorite day of the week, the greatest day of the week.
I got you, but anyhow, I'm gonna back out of here and let somebody else try to get in. And I just wanted to call and say good morning to you.
All right.
See how your weekend went and see how you've been doing. And I had a nice little episode the other day over there at the Indy 500 track, and that was a mess.
What happened?
But, well, I had a little accident going into underneath the tunnel there, and yeah, it was a brand new trailer, and you got to hit that tunnel coming in off of 16th Street. You got to hit it just right, because if you don't, you're going to pay the price. And I was making my left turn into the tunnel, and you don't really have time to get straight once you're turning in the tunnel. And I told my work, I said, why can't they bring us in, the transporters off of Georgetown Road or 34th Street, because you got plenty of time when you go in the gate to get your trailer and your truck straight to where you could hit that tunnel straight.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why they bring us in on 16th Street, but no sooner after I hit that concrete pillar that was hanging down, the truck behind me did the same exact thing. And that security guard, this is normal. This happens all the time. Well, you know what? Why don't you guys change your ways of doing things, and if it happens all the time, change it, But
so obviously,
anyhow, I got to go.
Obviously, you're kind of crawling in there. So I mean, minimal damage probably.
Yeah, these little bubbles we have on the front end of our trailer. Well,
yeah,
I demolished the bubble.
Took the bubble out.
Well, I put a hole in there about the size of a basketball. I mean, it was a freak accident. The time Anita told me to stop, it was too late. The tunnel itself is 1311, in height.
Yeah.
But anyhow, it was just a freak accident. It happens to everybody, and if they say they don't, then they're lying. But it does. It just happens to everybody. And it's like our maintenance superintendent said, you have to hit that tunnel just right. And so I don't know what they're going to do about it. I got to go to the principal's office today and talk to them about it.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, slap you on the finger, and
we'll take it out of your next 10 paychecks. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's like I told him, hey, it was my fault. I will admit it. I'll pay for it. No big deal. I don't care. She said, okay, well, we'll talk Monday. I said, okay, that'll work.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe I might be one of them ones getting thinned out.
I mean, normally that's why they have this stuff called insurance, Double R, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad we're self-insured, but oh well. Anyhow, it's you getting used to this time change yet, or no?
Technically, I like when the sun starts going down earlier, especially if it's cold outside. Hell, it's summertime. I like those long days, but I can get some decent rest when the sun goes down 5:30.
Oh, yeah. I could relate to that.
Sleeping when it's actually dark.
Okay.
I mean, in the middle of summertime, it's on me. I've talked about the need to get like blackout blinds for years. I'm just too lazy to get out there and do what I need to do. But in the summertime, the light coming through them. So typically I'm sleeping with a pillow under my head and over my head, trying to block out the sunlight. Just go buy you some blackout blinds, you big dummy. All right, so I get a DA of the Week nominee, right? What do we got? News break coming up here, and plenty to cover on a back-to-work Monday. 6th day of November. Hope you had a good weekend. So we'll be back with more after this. Stick around. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations, Oksana Markarova, expressed her concern that the Israel-Hamas conflict is diverting attention from Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
This war on terror have to be won everywhere, and that we cannot afford to lose focus in one place or another.
During an appearance on CBS's Face the Nation, Markarova discussed how Russia is assisting Hamas while receiving support from Iran and North Korea. Former President Trump, speaking at the Florida Freedom Summit, pledged that if reelected, he would establish a missile defense shield to safeguard the U.S. from the threat of World War III, while emphasizing a commitment to put America first. A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn for the 2023 Christmas tree. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we shared the story about the owner-operator that showed up at the TQL headquarters. Talked about that on Friday morning show. I guess he's coming out to tell his side of the story, because after that video kind of went viral on social media, sharing his side of what he described as a rather complex story. Gabriel Scott Requiza, he's the one that took social media by storm last week. Video photos emerging of his pool in his trailer, which is spray painted on the side of the trailer, down the length of the trailer. TQL, pay me my $8,000. The incident resulted in police responding to the scene, but after the incident, it got more attention on social media, so he issued a response to clarify that apparently he had actually been paid a large chunk of that $8,000 in late October. But apparently there was a miscommunication with his factoring company. Now, he does say he still owed more than $2,000 from TQL. But he says, this is not fake news, sir. I am the driver in question. I own the company as well. I got on here to clear my name. First off, I only have and operate with one MC alone. Yeah, my name is Gabriel Scott. My wife's name is Teresa. The business is opened under both of our names. My wife is currently serving the country in the Army. I have no reason to lie or fabricate stuff. If any broker would put us on DNL or do not use for standing up for our rightful pay after 110 days plus before we got paid, that means said broker is not healthy for this industry. The rates are extremely bad. I won't sit down and watch my bills pile up when a billion-dollar company sits on my money after the loads have been delivered with clean bills. I want everyone to note that before I went to TQL's office, I did call the bills extension. A lady by the name of Sam hung up on the call. I called about 9 or 10 in the morning. I did not receive no call back until after I showed up at the office and was instructed to leave by the police. Billing then called to inform me that TQL had paid me $5,800 on the 26th of October, and the $2,000 plus balance would be paid within 3 weeks. Now, I had to confirm from my factoring company if payment was received, after which I and billing came to an agreement to take down all my live streams and inform you folks that I had been paid. Remember, prior to my post information, the group that I will be visiting, TQL office, nothing was done about my case for over 110 days. Now, let no one question why I could spray my trailer. All of my 3 trucks and trailers are paid off, cash. I have titles on all of them. I can decide if I want to write something on them because technically it's mine. So I guess he was taking some flack via social media, maybe not believing his story, whatever the case was. But, well, there you go. And 5-7.
Yeah, the bill ain't paid, so it's got all the money paid. That's hey, there you go. 2,000 is 2,000 short. No place I know is going to accept you being shorted like that. Okay, I want to back up. Captain Ron, I joined that site with him several years ago, and I've got models that, from 1979, 1980. Some guys have come back and said, there were, especially the ones I ordered. It was they were discontinuing them. One's a 60 Plymouth station wagon and a 60 DeSoto, and people were, wanting to buy the doggone things. But, no, you build them like I put them under a plastic container, and that's where they stay. Several others, I got the tri-5s, 55, 56, 57, 58, and a 59, and they just laid in the boxes, got jumbled around over the years. Then I said, well, why not? So I got a 10-gallon fish tank. I got some play sand from Wally World, dried it out, put it in the bottom of that tank, throwed them all in there one after another, gave them a bunch of age, rust looking, like they've been sitting out in the desert. Then put some foliage from HO modeling, foliage all around it.
Mm-hmm.
Made a diorama out of it. And
it's a diorama.
But you gotta keep them words straight. But here's the thing, and you go into Walmart, and you can get radio-controlled cars. You got other cars, but you understand, when we as kids you yourself, when we was putting them models together and we opened up them instructions, they were telling us how to build these cars. They were telling us what the parts were, the engine block, the heads, the valve covers, the exhaust manifold, the starter, putting the starter on the doggone thing, the water pump, the belts, and the fan, and all this stuff. So by the time, the headers, the exhaust pipe, the mufflers, the tailpipe, the spring shackles. So by the time I actually reached down and pulled the latch on that 57 Chevy, the real one, my first car, and pulled the hood up, I knew the name of everything. I knew everything that was in there. I had a good idea of what all the parts were doing. In other words, those models were educating children on auto mechanics. And when the day came that the Rochester 4-barrel, the pump blew up on that Rochester 4-barrel, I stopped at Napa. I was going to try to get a Rochester 4-barrel to replace it. And as a 17-year-old, I couldn't afford it. So he said, but right here, he reaches over, pulls out a rebuild kit for $5. So I go home, I disconnect the carburetor, pull it off the manifold. I break that carburetor down. When I opened up the rebuild kit, I opened up the instructions. You know what I was doing? I was building a model car. I had the instructions to rebuild that Rochester 4-barrel was just like I was building a model car. Mm-hmm. And it was as easy as can be. So all them years as a kid, I practiced. When I was 17, here I, sitting in the trunk of this 57, putting that Rochester together, throwed it on there. Nobody was more surprised than me when it fired up. But it's a great hobby. I haven't been able to do it in the longest time. It just, I don't know, just don't have time the last 12 years.
Right.
I got a second job, But we need kids to do more stuff like that. So making a hobby, if you can get your kid into some kind of a model club or something like that, it's amazing what they can learn. And other than that, prayers for Donald Trump and his family. It's a shame that the Supreme Court can't come down and do something about this atrocity. And, I'm sorry, I don't know. We'll see. And prayers for this election tomorrow. And, we're fighting the battle, and that's all we can do. One battle at a time, I reckon. All right. We're going to sit back, copy the mail, rest of the mail, and enjoy the ride in the rocking chair.
All right. And back at it on a Monday. I forgot to ask him. I guess everything went well with the better half there at the doctor's visit there Friday morning. Yeah, 17 before the hour. It is 844-3388. Hello to Jay, who says, Happy Monday, the one and only greatest day of the week. Because you're back, Mr. Summers. Anyway, just wanted to pass on your volume on the app appears to be very low. I mean, very low. But other than that, keep up the good work at the office and keep them nice truckers out there. Tell them to be safe. Thank you very much for all that you do. And would you try to find out what happened to Always Moving? Hey, Jay, matter of fact, we just last week, Always Moving did get in touch with... I think she sent a text message to Pappy. She's no longer working like the third shift, working days, taking a while to get adjusted to that. She's not up live with us during the overnight hours. And I think she got in contact with Scarecrow as well. So maybe one of these days, she'll be up late and give us a ring and give us a full report. But everything's okay. I mean, so much time passes by, and you begin to wonder, did they have a heart attack, stroke, what again, to have a car accident? You wonder. And we're all family, right? Speaking of which, we'll get back to your calls into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Cue the microphone. What do we got? Pappy did jump in here a little bit earlier. He said, sorry, nocturnal listeners, I'm late to the show. Right? Well, we had our version of Little Chicago here Friday night in this town. Yeah, a bunch of shootings Friday night. What's going on out there? But we're at 37 degrees on the far side of southwest Hamilton County. Gotta go. Yeah, stay safe out there. Rubber Duck, good morning from the home 20. Had a great weekend, and like the whole town showed up for the grandson's birthday party. I love this little city. All right, there you go. Hello to Tom Houday. Yeah, your Bengals win Sunday night. So their record now, I believe they're at 5-3. They got to keep rolling, because everybody else in the division won. Right, Ravens won, Browns won. Who else won? Steelers won. A tight division, as typically the case is. Meanwhile, I believe, is that Philip on board this Monday? What's going on?
Hey, buddy. How y'all doing today?
You know what? Just like you, it's off to work we go. Happy Monday. Greatest day of the week.
Yeah, I got to go down here and drive the train today. Hey, 5-7 is talking about putting models together. First one I ever put together was a Mack Cruise Liner cab over. He's right that back in the day, you had those instructions. You followed the instructions, and it kind of taught you what a brake drum was, or it taught you, what the fifth wheel was, or a glad hand, or something like that. Those models, they helped me out a lot. When I was really young, I was diagnosed with palsy, and went to the doctor and neurologist and whatnot, and told my mom and dad, he said, you need to do some kind of physical therapy with him. You just need to have him, build guitars, build models, play guitar, play violin, do something. Well, I ended up doing the same, playing guitars later on. That's what ended up getting me into my music thing. And then I built those models to start with, and when I got bored with them and built a bazillion of them and had them at everybody's house, then I started playing guitar, and that's what and that's what I did this weekend, Steve. I actually played a little bit yesterday. It was pretty good. I played out at, you ever heard of Barberville, Florida?
Can't say I'm familiar.
Okay, so over on the coast there, just north of Daytona, is a town called Ormond Beach. There's a road that runs across the Ocala National Forest called Route 40, And over there is a little town right before you get into the forest over in there in Biastra. There's another town called Barberville, and they have a pioneer settlement, they call it. And what it is, basically, it's a little bitty town that was back in the old days, and they open it up it's like a museum. They open it up to where people can go walk through it and see how things were done back in the day. And 2 times a year, they bring bands in, and they have multiple stages around this little town, and they have different bands that play at these stages. Well, that's what happened with me yesterday. I got a buddy that has a band, and he's like, hey, I need you. I'm like, okay. I was able to squeeze the time and go over there and play. I was over there for about 3 or 4 hours, and it was good to play. I haven't really played steady with a band since pandemic. Did a lot of practicing, did a lot of work on the guitars, building them and all that kind of stuff, and doing different things, but didn't, play that much out with the bands, and it was kind of wiped the rust off a little bit. Did really good. Had a good response. We had the crowd singing along with us and doing our thing, so it was really cool, and had a good time. So, what y'all guys do this weekend, Steve?
Went out to eat a couple times and just pretty much did some yard work, mulched the leaves, took down the Halloween decorations. Not much of anything special, really.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's been here lately. I mean, work is kind of slowed down at Disney a little bit because we're transitioning from Halloween to Christmas. I mean, we did it overnight pretty much, but we still got little things to fix here and there. But this next week coming up here, this week here, we're going to be busy getting ready for those Christmas parties. They have those Christmas parties. They're going to have a lot more of them this year, from what I understand, and getting ready for them. And you were talking about you guys going down to Miami. What is the dates on that cruise y'all are going down there on that?
Oh, October. Hell, I forget the dates. I think it's the 12th through the... I'll have to pull it up.
Oh, okay. Well, it's always busy down there in Miami because everybody's going in and out down there, so that's probably why you guys can't get no rooms down there. And I heard Double R talking about his accident in Indianapolis. I tell you what, I've been over in that area over there, 16th and Georgetown, all the places, and that's a tight area just to drive a truck, nonetheless, to bring a truck into that track. I do know that with Daytona, and this had to have been, I want to say, it's probably about 10 years ago, they had to redo their tunnels because of the size of the trucks. A lot of the teams kept upsizing their trucks and going to longer and bigger trucks, so they had to redo the tunnels at Daytona about 10 years ago and relocate them in some spots because they just couldn't get them in the track anymore. And from what I understand as well, you know who Cletus McFarland is, Steve?
I think so.
Well, Cletus McFarland, he's a big YouTube guy. He does burnouts and all kinds of stuff. He does a lot of drag racing. Matter of fact, he was at Maryland drag racing at MIR last weekend. He almost had a nice little incident at Bristol. And that track there, they bring you in underneath the grandstands, and then they open the gate up right off the side. You have to go over the track into where they park the trucks. And that track, they said if you got a really low truck, you get caught up on that angle of that track, because it's the pitch of the track. And that's a real hard one. That's why they put those tunnels in a lot of the tracks, because they couldn't get the trucks across. You got 30-degree banking at Daytona. It's kind of hard to get a truck over that, if you're going to go over the top of it. So they go underneath it. That's what you got to do. But that's one of the deals with getting in the tight places, though. But it happens. You're gonna tear up junk when you get in tight places. Sometimes It just happens. It's part of the deal. Now you were talking about that gentleman that owned his own trucks and that spray painted that stuff on his truck. Well, I can tell you what, he needs to get himself a lawyer, because if you haven't been paid in 110 days, you got an agreement when you set up a load. I'm pretty sure there's some kind of agreement that you're you're going to set up with a contract on that load, and it's going to tell you how many days you got paid. You know, it's going to have what the term paid is. So, they give you, some companies is 30 days, some companies is within a week, some companies are 10 days. It just depends on what your agreement is on your contract. And he needs to check into that, because you go 110 days, you go over 30, 40 days, and you haven't got paid, you need to get yourself a lawyer and figure out what's going on with them. And as far as them telling him not to do that on his truck, they have to send him a cease and desist order to do that. And that's what I would have done. It's your truck. You can paint whatever you want on there. So, but that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me. Y'all have a good one.
All right, thanks for checking in. You got it. Have a good morning and safe travels. We'll check into the hotel in Miami on October 11th. Spend the night there, and then the cruise departs on October the 12th. I was correct in that, October the 12th. And it's an 8-nighter. Yeah, looking forward to that. Real quick, as we head toward the midnight hour on the West Coast, we got Horse Feathers, Brain Dead on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388. South Carolina. Deputies in South Carolina looking for a man accused of breaching security fences at the Oconee Nuclear Station. The county sheriff said they received a call about 8 o'clock Thursday evening after learning the man driving a 2002 Toyota Camry drove through the exit side of the gate on Highway 183 side of the plant. After the vehicle struck the pop-up barricades that security at the plant activated, driver backed up and proceeded down a dirt road where Duke Energy security blocked the vehicle in. Driver then drove through a fence after attempting to hit the security officers. While the suspect was attempting to exit the facility, he again attempted to hit a security truck with a guard in it. Yeah, we'll pick up and give you the rest of the story, but as of press time for this story, that guy's still on the loose in South Carolina.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has a warning for Iran and any militia groups it backs that tries to expand the Israel-Hamas war.
We will take every necessary step to protect our people. We're not looking for conflict with Iran. We've made that very clear, but we'll do what's necessary to protect our personnel, be they military or civilian.
Blinken was speaking from Baghdad earlier today after making an unannounced trip to the West Bank, where he met with Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. He also met with Iraqi's prime minister and said they had a productive discussion. Blinken said that they condemn attacks and threats against Americans. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders strongly supports Israelis' right to self-defense, but also insists that the strikes in Gaza should cease. During an appearance on CNN's State of the Union, Sanders emphasized that while Israel has the right to defend itself, it doesn't justify causing the deaths of thousands and thousands of innocent men, women, and children. As a Jewish individual, he referred to Hamas as an awful terrorist organization. California Democratic Congressman and Senate hopeful Adam Schiff is facing scrutiny over his declared primary residence.
Schiff has maintained that his main residence is a 3,400 square foot home in Maryland that he's lived in for more than a decade. Simultaneously, he's been claiming a homeowner's tax exemption on a much smaller 650 square foot condo in Burbank, California, also asserting it has his primary residence. This allows Schiff to save $7,000 on his tax bill by not claiming the exemption on the larger home. Schiff's campaign office contends that his Burbank condo is his primary residence, even though his children live in Maryland.
That's John Schaefer reporting. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Recent maps provide insight into the region that will experience the heaviest snowfall this winter. Researchers at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration have updated data on the areas most affected by El Niño, a natural weather pattern in the tropical Pacific. This encompasses the mid-Atlantic, elevated areas in the southwest California, as well as the southern U.S. Willie Nelson is 90 years old, still going strong. He's the oldest person to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He showed up for the ceremony. The entire thing was live streamed for the first time ever on Disney Plus, and it's available there on demand if you missed it. The 2023 Capitol Christmas tree is on its way to Washington, D.C.
A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn to serve as the 2023 Christmas tree. The magnificent spruce was recently harvested in Monongahela National Forest. After making several stops in West Virginia cities, the tree will be decorated with handcrafted ornaments from West Virginia State's residents and lit up in its new home on the West Lawn after Thanksgiving as part of the annual U.S. Capitol Christmas tree tradition. I'm Skip Kelly.
Anticipated holiday spending is poised to reach unprecedented heights this year, according to the National Retail Federation. Holiday sales in November and December are projected to reach around $960 billion or higher. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Yeah, I love it. Hope you had a good weekend. Real quick, let me get back to South Carolina, where deputies are looking for a man that breached the security fences at the Oconee nuclear station there. Now, after the suspect attempted to exit the facility, we left it once again attempted to hit a security truck that had a guard in it. The suspect then allegedly drove back onto Highway 183 into Pickens County and pulled onto some property where shots were fired. Investigators do not know the source of the shots fired. Individual behind the wheel had an Arkansas license plate. The same vehicle and driver were reportedly on the property of the Oconee nuclear station an hour prior to this incident when he was asked to leave and drove off. You don't mess around at these nuclear facilities. They do say Duke Energy has comprehensive security plans and a well-trained security workforce in place. A vehicle entered an administrative gate but was not able to access the plant due to our multiple layers of security. No one was injured, according to the Oconee nuclear station operator, Duke Energy. They issued a statement to Fox News Digital. They did go on to say the plant is operating safely. The utility company says on their website, this particular nuclear station, one of the nation's largest nuclear plants with 3 nuclear reactors. The facility began operating in 1973. It has generated more than 500 million megawatt hours of electricity. Again, at press time of this story, they said anyone with information on the whereabouts of the driver or the vehicle asked to notify authorities. Wow. You know, these crazy times we live in, you never know. All right, it looks like we lost Horse Feathers. Brain Dad must have had some business to tend to, so that brings us to Vic on board. Hello, Vic.
Hey, Vic. You were talking about the guy there at the nuclear facility. It made me think about Homer Simpson. I don't know why, but it did. And he was always running the nuclear plant, or his dad or somebody in that town. But what I called it up about was the abortion misinformation. But whenever I was listening to Double R and these other calls, it's been so long since I've been to a racetrack. I've even forgotten about the tones and, having to bring the cars in like that. I was trying to think of different ones. But anyway, when Double R was talking about all that up there around the Indy 500 track, I seldom go up there anymore. But you might be interested in this, Steve. We have some sort of a nutcase here running for city county council in Marion County, and he's complaining about the fact that I-69 is being built for heavy trucks, and he wants to do something about the noise on I-69 on the south side of Indianapolis. And I'm not sure, but I think he might.
All right, Vic. Did we lose Vic? He disappeared. All right, maybe he lost. I don't know. It almost sounded like he maybe went to Butte because the connection is still there. All right, give us a try back there, Vic, here on a Back to Work Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Let me move over to another subject that Vic had emailed me over the weekend. This article explaining, it explains better than he says he could, the importance of Ukraine and the Iranian connection. I said, I don't know about Biden or anyone else as regards to their desire to support Ukraine, but many of these food facilities are being attacked by drones manufactured in Iran. Ironically, while the world clamors for humanitarian assistance in Gaza, Ukrainian grain feeds not only their people, but a large portion of the world as well. Disruption of traffic on the Black Sea and the Danube is a substantial shock to world transport and food production, and it is inflationary. Now, as for corruption, I cannot think of a single conflict where corruption was not rampant or Congress was not heavily invested in the military-industrial complex. But the story he's referencing is going back since midsummer, July the 18th. Remember when Russia unilaterally withdrew from the Black Sea Grain Initiative, since which time the Russians have carried out 17 massive attacks on grain storage facilities throughout Ukraine, destroying more than 300,000 tons of Ukrainian grain, and damaged and potentially destroyed or partially destroyed 105 Ukrainian port infrastructure facilities. They've also launched more than 500 kamikaze drones across Ukraine in September alone. Most of them targeted critical infrastructure and agriculture enterprises. Every attack on Ukraine's port infrastructure and agriculture is an attack on the food security of the entire world, they say. The ports of the Danube cluster are currently the only waterway for Ukrainian agriculture exports. If it's not protected by powerful air defense systems, the consequences will be greater. Firstly, for those countries that depend on Ukraine's agricultural products, Russians are destroying not only port infrastructure, but also other grain storage facilities and agricultural enterprises throughout Ukraine, aiming to create a food crisis in Ukraine and the world. The hit to the grain storage facility in Uman, an example of the actions, in addition to the energy infrastructure, which has set a new goal for itself, the destruction of crops, elevators, grain warehouses, vehicles. It no longer matters where the elevators are located, in what region of the economy. This is illustrated by the example of the city of Uman, where the kamikaze drones flew to one of the grain silos. Ukraine's agriculture sector suffering huge losses after each attack. As a result of the attacks on the Danube cluster ports and the blockade of seaports, grain exports to Asia, Africa, Europe have decreased by almost 3 million tons per month. And Ukraine has lost 40% of its port export potential. It's going to take at least a year and millions of dollars to rebuild the infrastructure in some regions. Oftentimes we talk about post-war reconstruction and how we will integrate after the victory, but now we have only one strategy, and that is to survive, according to the agriculture enterprises there. Being held hostage by a terrorist country that's blackmailing the entire world with hunger. The world must react firmly and according to the situation, according to the Ukrainian agriculture sector. Yeah, we need support as never before. Okay. IMF assistance to Ukraine amounted to $3.5 billion over 7 months of 2023. But the price of grain is going to go up, and not all countries are going to be able to afford to buy agricultural products, which means the price of food will rise. Flour, cereals, meat. Again, coming from the Ukrainian agriculture sector. And we tried to estimate the financial performance of the agricultural sector this year, focused on the crop production subsector. We used the production of the main crops: wheat, corn, sunflower, barley, soybeans, rapeseed. Due to low purchase prices and high production cost, all crops except soybeans are unprofitable this year. According to their forecast, crop production losses will exceed $3 billion. Global politics. But yes, when this whole Russian invasion of Ukraine started, we talked about just how much grain is produced, how much Ukraine and Russia literally feed much of the impoverished portions of the world. All right, Vic, welcome back.
Hey, yeah, that your the Ukraine deal that you were talking about. That's what I was indicating whenever Congress is getting all upset about our aid to Ukraine, and Ukraine was making progress against the Russians militarily, but that's kind of went by the wayside now. It looks like Russians might be taking back more property, but the whole thing was that I don't know who got off on the kick about not providing them any assistance whatsoever, but I don't care what war you go to, you're going to find a whole lot of graft and corruption and everything, and there are controls in place for that. They usually don't work that well, but the best I could understand with the Ukrainian thing was that somehow, some way, those practices and procedures weren't put into place, and I didn't really understand that. But that was Biden again. But they needed to basically just needed to put the controls back in place and make sure that every time they struck a blow against Russia, that Ukraine was making progress. But anyway, what I was talking about there earlier, we had a guy there that somehow he thinks he's on a city county council and he can control an interstate highway system, and that stuff is so far above his bracket that it's ridiculous. But anyway, he kind of has some socialist leanings anyway. But what I really called about was you were mentioning about this abortion misinformation and that Ohio-Indiana deal with that 10-year-old girl. The Attorney General in Indiana is being sued by somebody, and they were saying that he interfered with the abortion or something. I don't even know the particulars of the case, but that's a classic case of misinformation. No, what he went after that abortion doctor for, who is a woman, was that she did not follow proper protocol, and she did not notify the authorities in Indiana that this girl, who is 10 years old and under the age of consent, was pregnant. And their defense is, well, we told the people in Ohio, and he said, well, it doesn't make any difference, They didn't tell the people in Ohio. They said the people in Ohio had been notified. And the Indiana Attorney General said, well, you can't just say, well, in their native state, they were informed. You have to inform the state of Indiana because it has something to do with all the doctors' laws that regards abortion, that they're performing this abortion. And that lawsuit has been going on for quite some time. but they've been trying to twist it around forever about something about the Indiana abortion laws and everything else, and that's really not what it's all about. It's about the doctor not following the protocols for someone being pregnant under the age of consent, and then they found out, I believe, that girl was actually impregnated by her mother's boyfriend, who was an illegal alien, and it goes on from there. But this abortion thing, I wish people would get over it. It went back to the states. If some states want to have an outright ban, and other states want to have, a wide open abortion, then so be it. And the one thing in Indiana that I disagreed with was that supposedly if you travel from Indiana to another state to get an abortion, that you were prohibited from doing that. There's a couple of things in there, but by and large, the old abortion law in Indiana was that if a doctor said someone needs abortion for psychological or physical reasons or anything of that nature, then they could have it. And why they just didn't go back to the old abortion law instead of all this other stuff, I don't know. But the big thing is it's been a hotbed political issue for the Democrats for years, and they're doing everything they can to preserve it. So, that was really about all I had to call about. And I didn't know if that was the same article, the article I just caught the end of it there, that you were reading about Ukraine. But I tried to make the connection, and when I seen that on the poultry side thing, I forwarded that on. I forwarded one like that on to you to point out the importance. They're all been out of shape about Israel and Gaza and all that. And they're totally ignoring what Russia is doing, basically to the whole world. And when people start getting higher food prices in the grocery stores, then they might kind of start to pay attention. So anyway, that's all I had there this morning, Steve. So I'll let you go.
Thank you for chiming in, Vic. Have a great morning, and we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I know many in the trucking industry were affected by the massive CPAP machine recall in 2021. More details coming out about this, and I see likely many additional lawsuits forthcoming. The company that sells the CPAP machines actually received complaints more than 10 years before they ever issued the massive recall. According to the investigative report, it was Royal Philips in June of 21 that issued the voluntary recall of select ventilators, CPAP, and BiPAP machines over concerns that the foam used to dampen the sound, the noise, could degrade, become toxic, or possibly cancerous. The news release at the time of the recall, the company said the foam may degrade into particles which may enter the device's air pathway and be ingested or inhaled by the user. And the foam may off-gas certain chemicals. Food and Drug Administration classified this as a level 1 or a class 1 recall, the most serious type, which means a situation in which there's a reasonable probability that use of or exposure to this product will cause serious adverse health consequences or possibly death. Now, according to the federal law, device makers are required to report to the FDA within 30 days all reports of patient injuries, deaths, and malfunctions that would have the potential to cause harm, and then take action to investigate those reports. However, the investigative report published by the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and ProPublica said Philips had withheld more than 3,700 complaints regarding these faulty machines over an 11-year span before they ever initiated the recall. On top of the delayed reaction to complaints, the report said Royal Philips failed to even conduct a formal investigation of the issue until 2019. That investigation 9 years after the initial wave of patient complaints of what they described as black shavings in the chamber. And it was 3 years after the company conducted tests where they discovered that the foam degradation was the issue. They failed to warn the public for 2 months that they had discovered the risk of users to be unacceptable, and the foam breaking down in the machines was indeed emitting chemicals that could cause life-threatening injuries or permanent impairment. Recent testimony in federal court contended that the new CEO of Royal Philips instructed employees to have distributors continue selling their CPAP machines in their inventory, despite the findings of their own scientists 2 months before that showed these units were a critical risk to patients. Since the recall, multiple lawsuits have been filed against the company, claiming deaths, injuries, medical costs related to the use of the equipment. And there was one settlement to the tune of $479 million, which apparently that's just the tip of the iceberg for Philips, as they now face multiple lawsuits. But I guess in the name of corporate greed, in the name of making money, well, screw it. People are dying out, I guess. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Israeli warplanes launched airstrikes along the Lebanese border yesterday, while the militant group Hezbollah attacked several Israeli army posts, including one hit by 2 large rockets. One Hezbollah leader even going so far as to threaten the United States, calling the U.S. the Great Satan.
It is the United States directing the war in Gaza. It must pay the price.
Efforts were underway on Sunday to resume evacuations of injured Gazans and foreign nationals to Egypt, suspended since Saturday after a deadly attack on an ambulance. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas demanded an immediate Israeli ceasefire at a meeting with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Ramallah. A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn for the 2023 Christmas tree. Dave Collins, USA News.
Okay, I'm
talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, what about back at it here at 844-844-3388. Eskimo Mom. I know it's her weekend. I think, isn't she on vacation this week? She'll be working at the precinct there for Tuesday's election. But she did, I guess she's up maybe saying hello this morning. Gives me a report where apparently I-75 in Ohio, southbound, It doesn't have a mile marker. Needmore Road. It's Harrison Township, but South 75 is completely shut down. A pedestrian hit a little after 2 o'clock this morning. So a little over an hour ago. Pedestrian strike is all the report says. So ODOT cameras also show the ramp from Needmore Road to South 75 is shut down as well. So they're taking you off 75, and then you're using the side streets to go around the accident scene, then getting back on the freeway. So just be aware of vehicles maybe backing up a bit there on the Interstate 75. So breaking news story on a Monday morning. Pappy's on board. What's going on?
What's happening, Steve? Hey, man, I had the game on, brother, and I'm not talking about the Bengals neither. Man, Steve, I'm telling you, in all my years, I've never seen a plan come together like that, man. I don't know if you've been reading all the emails, the updates I've been giving you.
I've been reading to myself. I hadn't shared anything on the program.
Yeah. Well, I can probably say this much. We had a shooting at a bar here, and officers responding spotted the suspect vehicle with 2 suspects inside. Ended up in a high-speed pursuit. Went on for a while. Finally, some stop sticks were thrown out. They hit the sticks. They were driving on the rims. Finally bailed from the vehicle into a wooded area. This has been going on since like midnight.
All night long.
And, yeah. Bailed in a wooded area, and a perimeter was set up, and canines brought in. OSP's helicopter came down.
They had to bring a helicopter all the way down from Columbus, Ohio, right? Because we didn't have any drone operators available.
Yeah. No, there were no drones available tonight. So anyway, just listening to it on the radio, the way everything worked. Once that helicopter got there and spotted the suspects in the woods, how they were just able to walk the units, towards the suspects. Took a little bit of work, but it was pretty cool how they got them into custody there. And they're just now getting out of the woods.
Wow.
But man, it was a pretty cool thing to listen to, man, actually. I mean, I've been up in the helicopter before and done stuff like that, but never where we captured 2 suspects that just shot somebody. So it was pretty cool.
Wow. Any word on the individual that was shot? Any word on their condition?
Word has it, I think they were shot in the leg. I don't think it's life-threatening, but I don't know that for sure.
Gotcha.
But anywho, yeah, that's what I've been kind of listening to most of the night, so I haven't had much of a chance to listen to you. But I was listening to Vic there, and he's absolutely 100% correct. Remember all that deal on the abortion about this young teenager that had to go to Indiana to get an abortion because Ohio wouldn't allow it? Vic is 100% correct. That was false allegations made against Ohio. Ohio law would have allowed that abortion to happen. And everything he said was spot on accurate. So,
and that's what all these, they're sending out these flyers, these ads, and I think even the TV commercials that are running on in regards to issue 1, where they're saying, say yes to issue 1, because if you say no, it's going to ban abortions with no exceptions, rape, incest, mother's life at risk. And that's not true.
No, Steve, we know how the left is. Come on. All our nocturnal listeners here, and most average American now are waking up to the fact that you can't believe nothing that comes out of the mainstream media Nothing that comes out from any woke left ads. All lies. You need to research this stuff on your own. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like Nick said, whatever Ohio decides to do, however these people decide to go out and vote, I mean, my particular views on abortion. I mean, the problem I got, Steve, is I've seen it out here, man. I'm telling you, there's a lot of these people out here that use abortion as a egg on it. It's the right word I'm looking here for. Having a brain fart, Steve.
It's not the first.
When you use, when you use stuff not to get pregnant, right?
Right, contraceptives
or something. Yeah. I'm having a brain fart. Anyway, they just think nothing of it. Hey, I'll get pregnant, so what? I'll just have an abortion. No big deal. I don't know. Not all about that, I can tell you that. But then again, if you got somebody that's been raped, don't really care how old they are, but especially if they're young, I could see where, maybe that might be acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got your main real religious people that believe under no circumstances,
right?
That you should do that, and except maybe for there's some out there, Steve, that even say that if the mother's life is in danger, they're still against it. So I don't know. I think a little common sense here. Reach down deep in your soul and think about what we're talking about here, and kind of use some good judgment here, and I think is the best way to get through this. But some of this crazy talk, and I have seen the videotapes of some of these activists that were claiming that this one bill they were trying to get through up into the minute of birth, Steve.
Right.
Even after birth.
Yes.
Once the baby's born, we'll keep it comfortable until we decide what we're going to do. What?
Until they decide whether they want to scramble the brains, which is just that is unfathomable.
Me personally, I'd have talked, with my kids on this, and I don't know. I don't even know if the doctors can answer this, but they talk about the heartbeat bill. But at what point in the pregnancy does this living cells, when it starts to take the form of a human, at what point does it feel pain?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that would be my cutoff. I don't care if it's 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 12 weeks, but once the point where maybe there's, a brain stem and the brain's functioning and it can feel pain, that's my cutoff right there for sure. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
But, anywho, I was going to get into some other stuff a little bit, Steve, but like tonight I got tied up, man. I don't know what y'all been talking about. So I'm going to get off of here. Probably call in tomorrow night, talk about some things. And hopefully we all wake up tomorrow and the sunshine rises. Right?
Sun's coming up a little earlier this morning, actually.
Oh, Steve, man, I'll tell you what, when that sun goes down, it's 5:30, it's dark already, Makes the night go a little bit longer, that's for sure. All right, brother, appreciate it, man. Everybody be safe.
All right, and all ends well for law enforcement in this town tonight. Suspects in custody, No officers injured. There you go. A well-played plan. 15 before the hour. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And we return on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. What I got? Knucklebuster going to be throwing some baloney our way here shortly. First of all, I guess just another day in paradise. Hello, Scotty.
Yeah, just another day in paradise. That's it. But kind of enjoying this warm weather. 67 degrees down here in Texas. You know, got the air conditioner on. But you know, just talking a while ago, I heard, you know, Double R talking. When we get off the cruise, the 19th of October, we get off the 20th. It's 12th through the 20th. But the 19th, Taylor Swift's in concert down there in Miami. The 19th. So I'm thinking that's why.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that is why, you know, the hotels are so expensive. You know, I guess she's going to be at the Hard Rock. I Googled to see what the heck was going on down there, and that's the only thing I could find that would have been, you know, making the hotels so expensive and everything.
I mean, all summer long, that it's the Eras Tour, and everywhere that she has gone, I mean, the hotels are, they're sold out. The venue where she's performing is sold out, and thousands of people show up to actually gather, like, outside the venue. They don't even get in to see her in person. But all these Swifties, as they call them, show up by the thousands.
Yeah. I mean, look what's going on with her dating Kelsey from the Chiefs. I mean, you know, football stadiums are selling out just so they can take and get a look at her instead of going to watch the football game. It's crazy, you know. But like I said, that's the only thing I could find out that was going on. I mean, like I said, we get out the boat the 20th, but the concert's the 19th, so you know. Well, the night of the 19th, like I said, we get out the morning of the 20th, so that makes sense.
Yep.
But, you know, she's going to be at the Hard Rock, which is, you know, 20 miles, you know, north of Miami. But, like you said, all the hotels, it's crazy. It really is. But, you know, so that's, you know, of course, I didn't look at, you know, like Hotels.com, and I looked at, you know, the Hilton properties and stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
His Embassy Suites and all those. And all those, like I said, all but the one that I booked and, you know, Jim and Sue booked, you know, it was $166 a night. You know, but everything else was $800-900 a night.
Wow.
So, and why that one property was still only $166, and I think it's the Hilton Garden Inn, you know, by the airport, you know. But, you know, so like I said, anybody that once they afterwards, they're going to take a look and see what they can find, but it's probably going to be tough. Anyway.
So you're down in Texas, and it's warmed up, I guess, since last week, because they were downright chilly about a week ago.
Yeah, it was like 40-some degrees, and I was loading down here last week. Thinking it was right down the water. It was pretty chilly. I had to dig out a coat. But and I didn't even know if I had one in the truck. I wasn't thinking anything about it. I had one in here, but by the time to throw the Carhartt back in just in case. But I mean, it does get chilly down around Houston area.
Sure.
Even in the wintertime. But I think we were up in the 70s there in Wichita yesterday. We just had a little cold spell, and then it warmed back up. But winter's going to be here. We can't avoid it.
Before you know it.
But, and I'm going to change the subject here. You was talking about y'all have the initiative, for the abortion there in Ohio. And they done the same thing a couple of years ago in Kansas. The way they took and, they put it for the people and everything. And it was very, very confusing how they worded yes or no. And, it was, it's pretty cut and dry. Either you wanted it or you don't. But, like I said, it wasn't really the wording as much as it was, it drew out a lot of the young voters. And when I went to vote, there were a lot of people there that, I guarantee you had never voted before. And it amazes me at the people that'll come out for it because they pushed it as, it's going to be so bad if, they outlaw it and everything. Of course, Kansas has been the kind of the center, over the years. Remember the abortion clinic they used to protest all the time there in Wichita?
Mm-hmm.
The Tiller, the doctor, that was performing the abortions, he was murdered at church. He was in church one morning, and somebody come in and murdered him right there in the church.
Wow.
During services. And, and of course there was a big deal on, I think it was Dateline back in the day, where they actually done a big, 2 or 3 day deal on Tiller. But, like I said, I just about bet you it'll go the same way what Kansas did. It's gonna, they're not gonna take an outlaw, which, I have my opinions about abortion, and it shouldn't be used as a birth control, and that seems like, that's basically what it is. There's too many other ways out there to take and prevent a pregnancy nowadays, and abortion is not one of them.
Yeah.
You can get the morning and after pill, you can use protection or whatever. I know, heat of the passion and everything, it happens, but, there's to me, too many people use it as an abortion, as a birth control, which is, to me, is wrong.
Yeah.
But it's not my choice, but it's funny, that's what they chant, my body, my choice, but, it's kind of funny during COVID, you didn't have a choice. So, they
Right.
were both sides of it here,
Yeah, just based on what I've seen since, even in more traditionally conservative states, some have been, blown away, surprised that when the people, and I get that's the way it's supposed to be, right? I guess the people get to have their say. You put it before the people,
right.
But outlawing,
Kansas, right. Kansas is quite conservative. We got, Johnson County up by Kansas City, it goes Democrat, but other than that, the rest of the state's all red. It's all conservative, and Wichita, is kind of a melting pot of people from all over the place, and it still pretty much stays conservative, but, it's amazing, like I said, that it went the way it did, but, like I said, it draws out the young voters, and they,
mm-hmm.
which is, that's the Democrats' way of doing things. They've got a way of doing it, and, The Republicans need to figure out how to do what the Democrats do. They don't get their message out. They don't know how to get the message out. And I mean, it might go a different way if they would learn how to do that. Which we've talked about that for years. But there's so many young people that are one issue is all it is.
Yep.
They don't look at all the other issues, and that's like I said, that's the big problem. But when I go to the polls, I look at all kinds of different issues, and I'm not opposed to vote for a Democrat if they're better than the Republican. Which I mean that's kind of hard to find nowadays. But,
I hear you. Doesn't happen very often, but I guess there's been a few rare circumstances in my life. Yes,
absolutely. But okay, well, I think that's about all I got. So I can get on down here to Houston. Call it a day.
Thanks for chiming in. Safe travels. Thanks for joining us here on a Monday. All right, not a whole lot of time before we hit that top of the hour news break. Let's jump over to one other quick industry headline. Talking about the trucking sector is slow. The Maersk, the world's second largest ocean carrier, revealing Friday that they are intensifying job cuts in light of what they describe as the worsening market conditions in ocean shipping. Given the challenging times ahead, we have accelerated several cost and cash containment measures, according to the CEO of Maersk. We're in a very uncertain trading environment with significant further downside risk potential, one that could stay with us for quite a while, he says. Maersk began the year with 110,000 global employees. Year to date, it has cut 6,500 jobs, which is not previously disclosed. They've now decided to cut an additional 3,500 jobs, including 2,500 by the end of the year and another 1,000 next year. Total reduction, 10,000 layoffs, which will reduce their global headcount by 9%. This is not a diet, according to the CEO. This is a reset of the baseline. Job cuts will lead to restructuring charges of $350 million this year, followed by $600 million in cost savings from lower compensation next year.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Israeli warplanes launched airstrikes along the Lebanese border yesterday while the militant group Hezbollah attacked several Israeli army posts, including one hit by 2 large rockets. One Hezbollah leader even going so far as to threaten the United States, calling the U.S. the Great Satan.
It is the United States directing the war in Gaza. It must pay the price.
Syed Hassan Nasrallah also threatened further escalation in Gaza, siding with Hamas, saying they are prepared for all options and can resort to them at any time. Efforts were underway on Sunday to resume evacuations of injured Gazans and foreign nationals through the Rafah crossing to Egypt, suspended since Saturday after a deadly attack on an ambulance. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas demanded an immediate Israeli ceasefire at a meeting with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Ramallah, while Gaza's health ministry said at least 47 people died in a strike on a refugee camp overnight. Evacuations began on Wednesday under an internationally brokered deal. The entire Trump family is practically taking the stand in New York City.
Eric Trump testified last week in his father's civil fraud trial, passionately defending his family.
We haven't done a damn thing wrong, and they dragged Don and I into it as collateral damage.
Ivanka Trump requested to be excused from testifying, saying that it was the middle of a school week, and as a mom, it would cause her undue hardship. Her appeal was dismissed, and she will take the stand on November 8th. Their father, former President Donald Trump, expected to take the witness stand when the trial resumes in Manhattan tomorrow.
That's Corey Myers reporting. A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn for the 2023 Christmas tree. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Supreme Court is currently reviewing a challenge to the federal prohibition on bump stocks, which are devices designated to enhance the firing rate of a semi-automatic rifle. This decision coincides with a recent mass shooting in Maine, prompting the justices to re-examine a significant 2022 ruling concerning the Second Amendment that broadened gun rights nationwide. Pro-Palestinian protesters shook a White House fence and vandalized it last night, spraying red paint and chanting vulgarities at President Joe Biden. Some protesters were even seen trying to climb the White House's iron gates. They went on to vandalize the General Marquis de Lafayette statue in nearby Lafayette Park with graffiti and Palestinian flags as well. Rula Iti has a sister and nephew that live in Palestine.
I just want to be heard. I want people to know that the life out there is not okay. The occupation in Palestine, it's not an easy life on a day-to-day basis.
The Secret Service was able to control the situation and no arrests were made. Daylight savings time changes can disrupt sleep schedules. We rolled back the clocks 1 hour. Could cause sleep deprivation, warns Dr. Phyllis Z., a sleep researcher at Northwestern Medicine. While gaining an extra hour when falling back is somewhat easier on the body, it can still lead to chronic sleep deprivation, increased heart rates, and inflammation. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, quite obviously, we're already into the month of November. I mean, we're into the 6th day of November. Thanksgiving just around the corner. I don't know about this one. Thanksgiving dinner does not traditionally include pizza. But one frozen food brand is introducing a progressive take on the Turkey Day feast. In other words, packing all the staple tastes into one Detroit-style crust. None other than DiGiorno. DiGiorno Pizzas announced their latest innovation for the holiday season with their first ever Thanksgiving pizza. All right. Some folks are bound to love it, but 68% of Americans say they secretly dislike a classic Thanksgiving dish, but they just eat it out of tradition anyway. This year, DiGiorno decided to give customers a unique take on the holiday's most iconic dishes in one oven-ready pie. No hours-long preparations, working in the kitchen. This pizza is made with turkey, creamy gravy sauce. I guess rather than pizza sauce, it's gravy. Turkey gravy, diced sweet potatoes, green beans, and cranberries, all topped with mozzarella, cheddar cheese, and crispy onion topping. Okay, what do you think? Does that sound appealing to you? Since Thanksgiving and holiday celebrations extend well beyond one day with the family or friends, the marketing department said this Thanksgiving pizza is an easy way to enjoy a taste of those classic seasonal flavors at any given time. Now, it looks like you're not going to find it in your local grocery store. They'll release a limited number of Thanksgiving pizzas exclusively online. And I guess pizzas will be released every Wednesday, which started November 1 through November the 22nd. Okay, I don't know. I think I'll pass. What do you say, Knuckle Buster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Where I come from is cornbread chicken, buddy. A lot of front porch sit. Taylor who? She don't sing traditional country music, so I'm like Shania Twain. That don't impress me too much there, right?
Okay.
I could care less about the woman there. It's 60 degrees out here in the New Mexico Badlands right now. I've got a T-shirt and shorts on riding down the road there. Well, basketball shorts. I'm not specify that I'm not riding in my underwear there anyway. I bet you was in the bed this time yesterday morning, weren't you?
That I would have been, absolutely.
Well, you lucky I love you, because I started to call you and make you wake up and keep me awake. I had to leave early this week because I got a Tuesday delivery out here in Vegas instead of a Wednesday. So I had to leave a day early there. So I turned that Women Loving Women over there on iHeart on because all you had was a replay on yours. I'd already heard that. They had this show on Steve. Let me tell you something. Them was two dumbasses right there on that show. They were advertising a number to call in. I listened to them for about 2 hours, and then I finally just gave up on it there. They didn't have not one caller in, so I didn't call in either there. Well, and when they made this, the caller says red eye, but I had the red ass by the time I got through listening to them there. But when he made the statement, the IRS is going after the middle class, you and I, because we're hiding income. It's impossible for the rich to hide income. I knew he was full of more baloney than I am there, right?
That's a lot of baloney.
Yeah, I know that's right. I thought, man, you are full of baloney if you think they're going to. Well, I know they're coming after my more tax dollars from me, but I ain't hiding no income from them there. So I want you to know that a Marine is a very complicated individual, only understood by another Marine. The United States Marine Corps is the world's largest brotherhood since 1775. Once a Marine, always a Marine, Semper Fi, do or die. I want to give a big congratulations to Marine Corps Sergeant Major Troy Black. He became the U.S. military highest ranking enlisted member in a ceremony outside Washington on last Friday there. So I'm going to send you a link to this dude here. It's a one-of-a-kind Florida Man Games. It includes evading arrest,
yes,
spear belly wrestling, and other competitions. ESPN needs to cover that thing. I'd like to see all them rednecks out there really getting it up there. Right? Well, I'll just be brief on this college football there. You cannot lose in November or December. You have no chance to rebound in the post. I want to congratulate those teams that won. And when you're number one, this is how you win a game. Your opponent doesn't even come close. Damn, we just barely got out of there without embarrassing ourselves. Ole Miss. Yeah, I need to mention Ohio State, too. So I think they dropped from number one to number two in the polls this week. And how about Clemson? And old Dabo Swinney there, they put a spanking on Notre Dame, didn't they?
That they did, yes.
Yeah, he told them, y'all need to buy some stock in Clemson because they're on the way back there. And it's not how you start, but how you finish there. And the Giants, they fear old Jones has tore his ACL and they're 30-6 loss. But they proved once again that Eli was not the problem. Steve, I had a real bad stomach ache Saturday, and Tennessee told me, "Here, drink this beer." I said, "No," I said, "My stomach's hurt too bad. I don't want to drink no beer." So she said, "Alexa, is beer good for a stomach ache?" See, I have found out there are 8 reasons why beer is good for your gut.
Well, I'm all ears.
It'll actually get rid of your stomach ache. Yeah, well, let me get it pulled up here. It improves overall gut health. It can be harmful. It can kill harmful bacteria. It helps lower your cholesterol, your bad cholesterol. It promotes a healthy bowel movement. It can improve digestion, promotes healthy bacteria, Steve, and helps reduce inflammation in our bodies. Ain't that some good stuff about them skulls?
That all sounds like good to me. I mean, I don't hear anything negative there. What's that mean? Papa Top? All right, Knucklebuster, thank you for checking in here on a Monday. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to Steve in Columbus, who says, good morning to all the listeners out there like usual. Yes, the weekend has come and gone way too fast. You know, I think the idea of a 4-day work week sounds better every day. Anyway, the coffee's ready, car's warming up, time to head into town, see what this day brings us. Everybody enjoy your Monday, all right? See what we can do. Hello, Brain Dead. Happy Friday Eve.
Morning, Steve. Yeah, Thursday, Friday Eve. Can't really complain because, you know, you talking about that daylight savings time. Yeah, it threw me for a loop yesterday because I got to a store at 1:30 in the morning and I logged myself in, and then they're unloading it, and I go to log myself out. It says 1:15. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, wait a minute, never mind. Daylight savings time.
Yeah.
But Steve, you got to feed the masses around here because last night I delivered 135,000 pounds of groceries. That's just one driver out of 8 with 20 loads. So you can do the math on that. But, I heard Double R, welcome to our club, because this is what us slow movers have to go through. It's not so much the foreigners, it's the lack of courtesy and respect anymore. Everybody's in a damn hurry, especially with the ELDs now, and you got the time clock. Once your clock starts, you can't stop it. I mean, you get held up at a dock 6 or 8 hours. Now these guys are running 85, 90 mile an hour to make up the lost time that they lost, instead of calling the broker up saying, hey, I got held up at your ship for 8 hours. Let's reschedule the appointment. That's why you're starting to see a lot of these pileups and unattentive drivers, because they're pushing themselves to the limit. When your body says, hey, time out, we got to take a pause for the cause, these guys are still pushing on because, the like you said, the rates are still low. The mileage is still low. The pace sucks. I mean, yeah, I'm glad I worked for Yellow. I'm glad I'm working for here. But it's the nature of the beast. Because there's been many a times, and I would have to take my socks and shoes off and count 1,000 times more on how many times I needed to get over in the 62-mile-an-hour truck or 65-mile-an-hour truck, and guys are jamming me out because I can't get over for the broke-down cop or the cop on the side of the road or the fire truck on the side of the road. You literally have to point at the lane and show them that you want in that lane, that you need to get over in that lane before 2 and 2 clicks. So getting the foreigners out, they're here to stay. You're not going to do nothing to get rid of them.
Yeah, who was it earlier that suggested that might make a difference? I don't know.
It's not so much making a difference. It's because, Steve, back in the pandemic era, okay, you can call TikTok, Twitter, put whatever name on there, the social media. I saw guys with these hot shot dualies, right? They would get on there. I'm hauling a load from Atlanta to Dallas. I'm making $7,000. I'm making this much. I'm making that much. Okay. You're telling them how much you're making, and these people are like, hey, you know what? I'm hurting for money. I don't have a job. Maybe this is something simple and easy I can do. I could just get a truck, get a trailer, and start hauling freight. But they don't tell you the backstory. They don't tell you what all is involved in the money. It's like there was a guy at the yard when I worked at Yellow. There was a young guy. I don't want to speculate on age, but he saw those videos and he wanted to get into it. And I said, take it from somebody who's been driving over 20 years. Run, don't walk. Run away from the idea, because not only are you going to have a truck payment and a trailer payment, most brokers will not deal with you for over 6 if you've got a business months, and you got your insurance, fuel. You want to keep going here, and you have no health insurance. If your kid, God forbid, if one of your kids sick and get to the hospital, there's going to be $500,000 right there just for them a flu shot.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I say don't do it. Think about the consequences and what's going to happen before you go ahead and do it. I seen him 2 weeks later, and he says, thank you for the advice. I did my research and homework, and me and my wife, we've canceled that idea. It's not that it can't be done. You just got to know and educate yourself going in, because those guys on the social media, they don't say anything like that, Steve. That's the thing. Oh, by the way, before I forget, Steve, did you hear what happened at the White House over the weekend, Steve?
The what? The Waffle House?
No, the White House.
Oh, the White House.
President Biden. That was President.
No, what happened at the White House?
Well, one of President Biden's aides said, hey, do you want a pumpkin spice latte? He says, is that one of them Spice Girls with big boobs? Lie to me.
Very good. Thank you much, Brain Dead. Yeah, tomorrow's just Friday. I do not bank with Bank of America, but there were some problems. Not only Bank of America, J.P. Morgan Chase and several others. I guess going back to start the weekend, Bank of America's mobile app flashed a message that said customers may be facing temporary delays in depositing funds into their accounts after a technical glitch impacted multiple financial institutions. The issue could be stemming from what they call the clearinghouse, TCH, the clearinghouse, a core payments system infrastructure that's owned by some of the largest commercial banks in the world. TCH has experienced a processing issue with a single automated clearinghouse file. TCH is working with impacted financial institutions on the matter. That was a statement, a spokesperson for the association in an emailed statement to Reuters News. Aside from Bank of America, the issue was also impacting the apps, anyway, of J.P. Morgan Chase, Truist Financial, and U.S. Bancorp, according to the outage tracking website, downdetector.com. Meanwhile, Friday morning, yes, the subject had come up. Yes, Nancy Pelosi had been issued a subpoena to produce documents last week. Everyone's speculating what's it about. I don't know if we've got a definitive answer here, but I think this pretty much would make perfect sense. The California Democrat informed the House of Representatives of the subpoena last week, and her statement was actually read into the record by the House clerk, which is the custom when a chamber member is subpoenaed. Which read, "This is to notify you formally that I have been served with third-party subpoenas from the prosecution and the defendant to produce documents in a criminal case and United States District Court for the Northern District of California." Now, Pelosi said that she decided that compliance with the subpoenas is consistent with the privileges and of the House to the extent it requires production of non-privileged information. Everybody was talking about it. Fox News was reporting a source familiar with the situation said the subpoena is likely related to the trial of the man that assaulted her husband, Paul, in that home invasion last year. That guy, David DePape, is scheduled to go on trial this month at some point. So again, we didn't get no official word, no official comment from Pelosi's office, but I think that would make sense, yeah. A couple minutes before we hit news break here, we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. I think we touched on a similar scenario about a week ago. Yeah, these prices at fast food joints. One American's revelation of McDonald's latest price hike has gone viral, according to the Washington Examiner yesterday. This is a TikTok guy, social media influencer, Christopher Olive, talking about inflation's effect on America's favorite fast food chain. Unbelievable. So I understand there's a labor shortage. There are wage increases and a number of other factors, he says. But $16? $16 for a burger, a large fry, and a drink. It's crazy. He shows in the video that the $16 receipt came from a McDonald's in Idaho. It's not just Idaho feeling the effects of the economy. In Connecticut, you'll shell out up to $18 for a Big Mac combo. Now, we mentioned last week, New York City's Times Square, $13.69. Yes, indeed, as Americans grind harder to afford what was once commonplace, McDonald's, for the Examiner, is reporting a 14% boost in revenue and net income, up 17%. That's because we're paying more.
USA News Update. Israeli warplanes launched airstrikes along the Lebanese border yesterday while the militant group Hezbollah attacked several Israeli army posts, including one hit by two large rockets. One Hezbollah leader even going so far as to threaten the United States, calling the U.S. the Great Satan.
It is the United States directing the war in Gaza. It must pay the price.
Efforts were underway on Sunday to resume evacuations of injured Gazans and foreign nationals to Egypt, suspended since Saturday after a deadly attack on an ambulance. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas demanded an immediate Israeli ceasefire at a meeting with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Ramallah. A 63-foot Norway spruce from West Virginia's Allegheny Mountains is en route to the U.S. Capitol's West Lawn for the 2023 Christmas tree. Dave Collins, USA News.
Okay, I'm
talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, we were talking some college football earlier. Big Ed was kind of speculating that he felt like Georgia may actually leapfrog Ohio State in the playoff rankings. Georgia's still number one in the overall rankings, as they call it. But ESPN has their projected rankings. I guess, what do they call those? Come up like Tuesday evening or something. The college football playoff rankings. We got the first round of rankings last week. Everybody's saying, well, how did Ohio State come in number one there? ESPN says this is their projection that Ohio State will remain in that number 1 slot. They're now 9-0 on the season, 6-0 in the Big Ten, beating Rutgers 35-16 over the weekend. Next weekend, they will be home, taking on Michigan State. Again, the projected rankings from ESPN. Bulldogs at number 2 again this week. This week, they won 30-21, beating Missouri, which was a ranked team, I guess 12th at the time. I think they dropped. Did they drop to 16 in the rankings after being beat? Bulldogs will be home versus Ole Miss come next weekend. They've got the Wolverines, Michigan, at number 3. All these 9-0. Bulldogs are 6-0 in the Southeast Conference. Michigan 6-0 in the Big Ten. They won 41-13 versus Purdue over the weekend. They're on the road next week. They'll be taking on Penn State. And again, they've got Florida State, the Seminoles. They won 24-7 at Pittsburgh over the weekend. Next week, they will be home again versus Miami. So that's where you got the top 4 in the playoff projected rankings. They've got the Huskies at number 5, Oregon Ducks 6, Longhorn 7, Crimson Tide, Roll Tide at number 8. Now we'll see when the actual numbers come out how things shake out this week. Morning, Scarecrow.
Are you sure it's Scarecrow? What's your call screener tell you?
Dr. Crow Beavers?
Did it get it right this time? You didn't call for Sheryl Crow, so I'm guessing the screen got it proper this time around.
It's got Dr. Crow.
That I'm
Dr. Crow.
Yeah, I've been concerned that I'm going to have to come up with some refrain from one of her popular tunes there, but as long as you get the handle proper, why, we can go with it here, man. Happy if you're still on board there. I think we're pretty close to the same age. If you're anywhere close to Monkey Gouger in age, why, yeah, we're all from the same vintage there. Those brain farts, they come fairly frequently. That's that senioritis thing that kind of sneaks up on you. Like, remember back in gym class, Steve, when someone sneak up behind you and grab your gym shorts and jerk them down? That's kind of the way them brain farts are,
Uh-oh.
They're always there lurking around, waiting to bite you in the butt. But, oh, goodness, yeah. Well, Steve, this all polished up, hand-washed tractor and trailer, as of Friday, managed to find some of those scattered southern Wisconsin showers that you were talking about earlier on. Not enough to do a lot of damage. However, it was enough to generate some road spray. And that blended in with all that salt residue from last weekend. It made for some teeth-clenching moments. Oh, did I mention that I hand-washed this truck last weekend?
I don't think you did. That's a job.
So yeah, we got that going for us. Anyway, Steve, I got to talk about the beaver right now. Now, I'm sure this is pretty much responsible, like last week when I said we were going to talk about sex education. Sure, when I mentioned beaver, there were several that went, huh? Just a minute. So, yeah, we are going to talk about the beaver, Steve. A little furry thing,
Right.
Yeah. Well, last week, in fact, this was Friday also. And I actually have to reflect back on, how when individuals hear the word beaver, the mind starts racing and all kinds of visions come to mind for different individuals. Now, the bride and I, a few years back, was just out on a scooter ride out, western Minnesota, not far from the home. I'd have to look at a map, though, to see exactly where we were. And I believe, a township of Beaver. And Steve, we come across a cemetery. It had the wrought iron fence along the roadway, county road, and then the big arch gateway, and sure enough, there it was emblazoned, Beaver Cemetery. Well, of course, where else are you going to bury a beaver but in a beaver cemetery, you know? Well, moving on to actually this past Friday, another fellow and I, up at our place, we're standing, it was dusk. You couldn't see more than maybe 50 feet, 70 feet, either way. Here comes this preacher, walking up our blacktop drive, and I figured for sure it was a woodchuck. It looked maybe 12, 15 pounds or so. Certainly nothing like an adult beaver would be, but I'm looking at this thing and wait a minute here. This is no woodchuck. It's a flipping beaver, Steve. It had the flat tail, and Steve, the direction that thing was going was no less than 2 miles from the nearest water, and that is climbing hill and dale to get to that river and lowlands. The direction it was coming from, the country club does have a large pond for irrigation, but they've never said anything about a beaver hanging around there or such. And the Mississippi River bottoms, backwaters, they're a solid 6 to 8 miles going the other direction. So I don't know what the hell this is about, Steve. I'm thinking it was maybe sick. It didn't want to leave. I found a push broom and gave it a couple of good shoves, and it just kind of turned around and kept coming right back. And it actually it slapped the blacktop with its tail, just like they do on water when they're sending an alert. But so no, and the fella that was there visiting me, he said he'd seen it cross the road when he drove up, but he thought it was a woodchuck also. So I think I'm going to have to get me talk to the township, and they're going to have to erect some beaver crossing signs or something there. No, on all serious note, I'm going to give a call to the DNR later today and just find out what the odds are of a true beaver being in our area. I mean, we're farmland. We're farmland and hills. We're not beaver habitat by any means. So that was kind of the highlight of my call here at the moment. I got another one, but we're gonna wait till tomorrow with that one, so like all the masses can catch it.
There you go. Hey, there was a time a number of years ago where I actually worked at the Beaver.
Steve, there's something that goes with that. You remember Leave It to Beaver?
It was a country music radio station, and the Beaver, they had their own Beaver, the logo and the costume character. It was Beaver 96.5.
Oh, man. Oh, you don't believe that there was a few jokes and put on that by any means.
Absolutely.
That's all I had.
I can vouch for that. Yeah, there were plenty, no shortage of jokes about working at the Beaver. All right. We shared the story earlier that Braindead had forwarded that occurred yesterday in Albuquerque, where an employee at the TA truck stop there in Albuquerque was actually run over and killed by, he had gone out and actually moved, asked a couple of truckers to move. And as one of them was moving, he got caught up by the trailer. I guess last week, a similar scenario unfolded at a truck stop in South Carolina. About 11 o'clock in the morning, November 1. This was at the Love's truck stop in Blacksburg, South Carolina. Cherokee County coroner said that a 29-year-old Florida resident was on a stepladder performing a repair on a pickup truck in the parking lot when a semi entered the Love's parking lot and struck him as the truck driver attempted to make a turn. This guy ultimately got pinned between the pickup and the semi-truck. First responders administered first aid, but he passed away at the scene. Yeah, going on in the parking lots. All right, we got law enforcement in Arizona partnered for a 3-day commercial vehicle blitz along I-40 last month there in the state. Tuesday, October 17 through Thursday the 19th, at the ports of entry and across I-40 in northern Arizona. During the 3-day effort, Arizona DOT Enforcement and Compliance Division stopped and inspected 639 commercial vehicles. Officers discovered a total of 1,779 driver and or vehicle violations, a total of 102 vehicles and 97 drivers placed out of service. Now, they said the most common violations discovered during that blitz: failure to properly secure loads, brakes out of adjustment, falsifying logbooks, which I'm a bit confused there in this day and age of ELDs. How do you falsify your ELDs, your logbooks? Then operating a commercial vehicle without a valid commercial driver's license. And lastly, last Thursday, actually, Love's opened two new locations, Shreveport, Louisiana, and Herculaneum, Missouri. Combined, there's 189 truck parking spaces now available. The Shreveport store off I-49 at exit 215. It's a more than 1,400 square foot store. They'll have a Carl's Jr. restaurant opening today, as a matter of fact, November the 6th. 109 truck parking spaces, 7 diesel bays, 7 showers, laundry, Catskills. The new Love's in Herculaneum off I-55 at exit 178 there in Missouri. 13,500 square feet. They'll have an Arby's restaurant. We've got the meat opening today as well, November the 6th. 80 truck parking spaces, 8 diesel bays, 7 showers, laundry facilities, and Catskills. As Love's Travel Centers continues to expand their footprint all around the country. They've been very aggressive the last couple of years, opening new locations almost on a weekly basis. It is 844-844-3388. Daryl checks in 2.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's jump over, see what's going on with Daryl on a Monday. How was your weekend there, Daryl? Yeah, wait a minute. Got to click the mouse. There you go. My apologies. Hello, Daryl.
We had a busy weekend and lots of sunshine over here in Fairfield.
Yes.
I heard the leaf rakers and the leaf blowers, and everybody was raking leaves.
Yep, it's that time of year, sure enough.
Do you have any leaves over at the Summers household?
I've mulched leaves. I don't know, half dozen. I've mulched leaves both Saturday and Sunday. And I'm thinking maybe half the leaves have come down. We got I've got I think it's called a tulip poplar trees. But you don't want to sit on them.
Oh, yeah.
Always dropping sticks, and they got the really big leaves, and, yeah.
I possess one of those at one of my rentals, and they're beautiful whenever they bloom, but, man, those leaves are big.
Yep, sure enough.
You talked about the CPAC machine tonight, and my wife had a heart attack back first of the year, and she uses one of those CPAC machines.
Mm-hmm.
And that caught my attention. And then Pappy called in about the bad guys out in the woods, and I wondered if Stryker was out there with them, corralling those bad guys.
Yeah, I do know that they had at least three or four canines out there on the situation tonight, but no, Stryker's snoozing because Steven's got to be at the range today.
Yeah. Well, that's what they make those canines for, is for bad guys like that out in the woods. Or in big warehouses. I wondered how many clocks you reset this weekend.
I think I got them all. I do believe.
I get in the car, and the car, no two of them reset alike, and I have to figure out how to reset my clock in my car most of all.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say that I enjoy your show. I enjoy your products, especially the one we add to the gas in the wintertime for these lawnmowers. It's a necessity if you want to start that little engine next spring. And hope you have a great day tomorrow, Steve.
Daryl, thank you so much for chiming in. And that, of course, is the great product of Sta-Bil. Thanks for reminding me. Yes, because for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, whether it's that lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues at the same time. Store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. There you go. All right, who we got on board here?
Running Bear.
Running Bear. Hello, Running Bear. What's up?
Hey, buddy. Hello from Jackson County, Ohio, buddy. Hey, you talking about beaver, didn't you?
Yeah. Scarecrow had a beaver come up on his property, and I worked at a radio station called The Beaver.
Yeah, well, over in Pike County, there's a little village called Beaver on 32 between Piketon and Jackson there. A lot of good people there.
Yeah.
It's close to the A plant. You know anything about the A plant over there?
I'm not familiar with that. I do know Beaver Creek, Ohio, but I'm not familiar with Beaver.
Beaver, Ohio. It's over there by Waverly and Piketon, and it's got the A plant where the atomic plant was, and they're starting to redo the atomic where they make the nuclear bombs. So we're going to start making the nuclear bombs again, and so Russia's going to put us on the number one place to drop a bomb.
Yeah, places you don't want to be if all hell broke loose. That's what you're referring to. I don't know. I'm not sure what facility's going to make them, but I did have the story from last week. Yeah, U.S. is going to be, yes, we are going to be building munitions. I mean, what was the strength on this thing? So many multiple times more powerful than the bomb we dropped on Hiroshima. Thought I still had that in my mix over here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. U.S. nuke, 24 times stronger than the Hiroshima bomb unveiled. The Defense Department planning to develop a nuclear bomb. The B-61-13, what the DOD called a variant of the B-61 nuclear gravity bomb. It's pending congressional authorization, but this will strengthen deterrence of adversaries and assure allies and partners by providing the president with additional options against certain harder and large area military targets, according to the fact sheet. According to the Federation of American Scientists, citing DOD officials, the B-61-13 would pack a yield of 360 kilotons. That, the DOD officially, is potent enough for the defeat of hard and deeply buried targets. Hey, we'll close things out right there here on a Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Enjoy your day. Be safe out there, and hope to see you back for our Tuesday morning edition.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like